So I need to make sure that you can hear me talk as well as hear the music at the same time. It's a little loud though in my ears. Hello, hello, hello. Hello. Let me... Okay. He is not here. Not today. He's very rarely here on Fridays. So... That's kind of something to, I guess, not really get too used to, because he doesn't come around all that often. Close that. I have too many windows open, and I don't know what all of them are for. Hey Vibin! Hey Nova! Hey Sir Bob? I don't know how to say your name. Well, heyo, hello. Let me put up a thing for the other social media places. Do I have any art that I can just use? How have I been this week? I have been just busy, really. That's all it's been. Work's been consistent. I've gotten back into Final Fantasy. I've been playing that some nights. I just finished, for anyone who plays Final Fantasy, like literally like 2 minutes ago, I got to the end credits of Stormblood. So, there's that. Speak Japanese for a while? Are you learning Japanese? I will have to. I will watch it. I swear I will watch it later. It totally slipped my mind to just like watch that scene because I was just so used to skipping through cutscenes so that, you know, the people that are waiting aren't waiting for too long. But yeah, I will go back and watch it, I promise. I mean, I will definitely want to do that dungeon again, so I will have to check it out at some point. Yeah. Hold. What was it called? The list? So it turns out last time I forgot that the last person I did had 2 requests mixed in with their thing. So we're gonna do one last one. And then I need to fix this. Hold on, give me a second. What is this? Here, you guys can watch. I can't fix the current commissioner list, so we're just gonna have to go without it. See that? Okay, cool. That I can move away. Meaty, how are you? Okay. A lot of setup currently going on. Hey Cynthia. And then I want to post this on Instagram, and then we are done. Twitch.tv. Okay, cool. Hey Axelon, hey Mochi. Hey Emmy. I'm having a pretty good day so far, I'd say. Hey Dawn. You're new? Well, welcome to the stream. I hope you have a good time with us. There's not really a huge, I don't know, I feel like some people come to the streams and they feel bad for like not participating, and it's totally fine. This stream is kind of mainly so that, you know, people can ask me questions if they have any, but then also just kind of watch me draw. And then occasionally, you know, we might have some stuff where like there's a conversation, or I might be showing people stuff. So feel free to participate to whatever level is comfortable for you, because otherwise it's just going to be me drawing for a couple hours. So I hope you have a good time. Hey Scarlett! Hey Ragnar! Do I know anything about animation? Not particularly. I have a working knowledge of it, and it grows as I, you know, learn more from people actually working in animation. But I think it would be better if you had questions about animation to ask someone who actually works in that field, because it's a very different field, both in a technical level, cultural level, and just like skill level wise. They have different focuses. And definitely skill sets needed that I don't practice and don't need for my job in particular. So I don't even think that's really a word. I'm gonna say focuses. Hey Cure Alpha. Foci? Is it foci? Foci? You know, this is like a totally unrelated topic, but ever since I designed my D&D character with like slightly pointy ears, I've been absolutely obsessed with putting pointy ears on everything. Like, in my life, I've never been one that was super interested in elves. Like, they're okay, they're cool. And, you know, when you're a kid and you grew up on Tolkien, elves are always like, oh, they're so beautiful and ethereal, and, you know, that's kind of a super stereotypical way to see elves. And it never really interested me that much. But then I made, like, a single character with elf ears, and now I can't unmake every ear pointy. So... yeah. What brush am I using? So this is a texture. I got it from a random brush pack. Basically, if you want to make a brush like this, get a random grungy texture with a little bit of like a grain. You know, give it some holes and stuff like on the side and some silhouette so that it can have like a little bit of a texture as you draw with it. And then other than that, it's just a pretty simple, like, put in a little bit of shape dynamics so it has a size controlled by pen pressure, and you can put a little bit of actual texture in it as well, but you rarely see it from this like size, this brush size that I'm using. But I do like drawing with brush or like with pens that have a little bit of that grain. It just makes me feel a little bit more, I don't know, it just makes it more comfortable for me to use. Foci. I didn't know that. Yeah, honestly, I feel like, you know, there hasn't really been a lot of recent attempts to like create new races for fantasy. And on top of that, and not even that, but there's not really an attempt to make like new iterations on pre-existing fantasy races. Like, we just accept that elves are tall and, you know, generally relatively proud looking, and they've got super graceful like iconography and all that, but we don't really question it all that often. And I mean, I'm liable to that too. I tend to, if you ask me to draw an elf, I'll give you pretty stereotypical elf. But it's something I've been thinking about recently, because I've been, you know, looking into fantasy a little bit more and kind of looking at the market of fantasy, and it's interesting how, like, standardized it's become, despite the fact that fantasy is interesting because of all the possibilities you can have in it. But we've almost decided, kind of culturally, that there are hallmarks of, all fantasy, and if you do anything fantasy, this is kind of the thing you do. It's not uncommon for genres to have, you know, recognizable aspects to them. I think that's what makes them, you know, genres and things that people can say like, oh yeah, I really like things of this type. But I don't know, fantasy races, conlangs, it's not something that people do quite often. How much time do you recommend drawing every day to achieve a pro level? However much time it takes for you to process the things that, you know, or however long it takes you to like have a sense of self-awareness for what your skill level is right now, however long it takes you to make relevant, impactful, efficient decisions about how you're going to go about, you know, solving those problems, and however long it takes you per day to really work through your current like goals, and however long it takes you to achieve those goals is however long you should draw every day. I don't believe in strict schedules. I don't believe in like having a super dedicated schedule to stuff, or a routine, really. I don't follow those. And, you know, it might help some people. It's never really helped me. And so I can't really recommend doing that kind of stuff if I've never personally felt like it's ever helped me. What has helped me, though, when it comes to improvement and, you know, being, or like working towards improvement, has always been being cognizant about what I'm trying to learn, self-evaluating whether or not I'm actually, you know, internalizing these lessons, making sure I'm getting the right answers for the questions I have, whether or not every time afterwards, if I am actually demonstrating that I learned from my mistakes. You know, that's what actually shows, or that's the real marker of progress, is if you can look at your work before and after, you know, studying and really thinking about it and diving into, you know, what your issues are, what are, you know, examples of a good form of execution or someone who actually knows what they're doing. After observing that and then trying to apply it to your own work, does that actually change how you think? Are you actually internalizing that information? I think that's when you can really say that you've made progress. Because if you know, study, do your hours, do that every week, a couple months from now, and you haven't really actually spent the time to really internalize all that information. You're just, you know, every week you just decide, like, oh, here's my goal for the week, and I'm just gonna do my 4 hours every day. Does it actually change anything? And for some people that might. For some people that process really does help them kind of simplify the whole, you know, kind of overwhelming idea of improvement. But the vast majority of people don't have, or don't really thrive from that way of learning. And a lot of people I know who go for it don't really actually do it in a way that they're conscious about. Like, they don't actually apply themselves so that it's not so much that when they study they can regurgitate that exact image again. They're not actually solving problems because all they're doing is just drawing a picture, copying a reference, you know, replicating someone's line work, but not really understanding why someone makes those decisions, you know, that kind of stuff. Long story short, or I guess long response short, however long it takes you to do it authentically and well is however long you should spend. And also however long you want to. I don't know. Do I always start from the hair? Sometimes. I think it just helps me place, like, the height of the scalp. Because I have a tendency to draw my heads too tall and too big. And I think a way that I've started figuring that out, and I don't always get it right, but a way that I've started mitigating that is by drawing and defining, like, the height and the angle of the head, so then I can kind of just place the eyes, and if I work down from there, I can figure out the proportions. I think that's just how I've decided is the most efficient way, because, I'll be honest, proportions, I really struggle with them a lot, so it definitely takes me a little bit to figure out, you know, what is the best distance and stuff. So how do I describe this? When people learn concepts in school, right? Let's take chemistry, for example, because I sucked at chemistry. And I was very aware of why I sucked at chemistry. But if you ever had, like, a science or a math class, the people who were actually good at those classes were not people who just remembered the equation, who knew the answers to the homework questions. It was people that actually understood what the equation was teaching them, what the equation was for. They could understand why it was written that way. What does all of its working components mean? What do the concepts in the lesson actually mean to interact with each other? You know, which is why when they get to harder questions, which kind of ask you to, you know, be able to solve from, maybe start from the end and go all the way to the front. Maybe you have to solve it backwards, or you have to figure out that missing component and figure out it that way. You know, there's like higher levels to understanding a concept that if you're just okay at something, you're not really operating on those levels. You're not thinking about this specific chapter in your math book or science textbook in a way that is beyond like, oh, I just got to remember this equation for the test, right? And that's why some people don't go on to do those things at higher levels. Like, I couldn't do science at a higher level because I fundamentally didn't really understand what these concepts were teaching me. And so I just accepted that I was relatively average, or even probably mediocre at anything to do with sciences and math, right? But with art, it operates much like pretty similarly in a way, because there's a difference between knowing proportions and anatomy and knowing all of these things. Like, yeah, everyone kind of understands that there is, you know, measurements for all of these things. Humans tend to be 7 to 8 feet tall. People tend to have an eye length in between their eyes. People tend to know what it looks like to you know, like they can copy a photo reference. They could paint based off of a photo. But if you ask them to replicate that on their own, do they really understand what are all the components, the fundamental components that make it work? If you ask someone, could you pose something from your imagination, do they have the understanding required to solve for poses and angles and perspective that they can't find reference for, that they can't see an example of? This isn't to say that, like, drawing from imagination, drawing without reference, like, that's a better way to go. I'm just saying that in order to do that kind of stuff, and for a lot of, like, in a lot of cases, I find that drawing from imagination is a much clearer indication to me when I am severely misunderstanding or missing information, like crucial information to understand something. It's usually because I can literally see for myself, like, oh, I don't actually understand the basic concepts that I'm working with here, and that's why I am struggling to understand this thing, because I haven't actually internalized what lessons I'm supposed to be learning. I'm just regurgitating, you know, this study that I did or this image that I saw. It's like when people, you know, they trace or copy someone else's work and they try to pass it off as their own, but as soon as you ask them to draw something original, they can't. Even if they are super well versed in that person's style, they can't authentically recreate it because they don't actually understand the decisions that were made, the inspirations behind why it looks the way it does. They're copying it on a surface level. And you can understand concepts on a surface level really well and have that not make a huge difference in your abilities to you know, utilize or even put into practice those skills. So something that a lot of, I think, from what I've noticed at least, a lot of students who are struggling with concepts, it's a lot more that they might be struggling to reach a deeper level of understanding with the concept, and because they're not able to kind of like understand that for themselves, all they can see is that they just don't get it. All they can feel is that technically I've been putting in all this practice and for some reason it's not clicking with me. How you should be, like, how to learn in an authentic manner, how to make sure that you're understanding things and really internalizing them, is something that in a way, like, someone could help, like, tell you how, but at the same time I think it's a very personal thing. Being able to understand how you work, how you learn, and what's the best way for you to understand a topic really requires you to be the person to to understand that for yourself. Because I could understand something in a completely different way. Someone explains it in a very specific manner and it doesn't click with me, but as soon as someone else explains it from a different perspective, suddenly it makes so much sense. That's why it's difficult to really describe this form of like internalizing and understanding something, because it does kind of require you to be an active participant in evaluating whether or not you're doing it in a manner that is efficient and is actually going to make a difference. Every piece of, I don't know, study that you make, every time you sit down to learn something, are you actually making any progress, or are you just, you know, subconsciously too afraid to engage with something on a deeper level? That is a hard thing to understand and a hard thing to really feel out until you've experienced that the breakthroughs when you finally actually, you know, start applying what you've learned in a manner that demonstrates that you do actually understand the concepts behind what you're trying to learn. It's tough. It really is. And if I'm gonna be honest, I don't really know still how to describe it to people. Because obviously I still have days where I'm like, oh wow, okay, so I've been trying to learn this thing and I've actually made no progress in like months. Or, you know, I'll spend weeks just trying to nail down a general feeling that I've had about my work, and I realize like, wow, yeah, okay, I recognize that I have issues with this thing, and yet I still can't figure out how to fix it. Really frustrating. And I don't know if I have enough experience yet to tell people how to not do that. But I will report back as soon as I have more concrete things to say about the topic. Yeah, I couldn't get the current commissioner thing to work. It requires me to like crop a certain window, and I should have done it before stream started, so I'm just gonna do it later. Tips about skin tone? I feel like there's a lot of people who have really good infographics on picking good skin tones. I kind of just try to, I don't know, I have a preference. Like, I don't like painting characters that are too pale. I like picking like a medium tan, kind of warmer tone to my characters, if not darker, just because there's a lot more like tonal color variety that I can get, play with saturation a lot more, and I don't have to work in like super bright, hard to see values. But I think other people have much better things to say about it. What was the topic concept that took you the longest to grasp or internalize? I think something that I'm still kind of struggling with is really understanding that things that I draw have 3D form. I think a weakness of a lot of 2D artists that don't ever get into any other form of media, especially ones that are like 3D, and not just digital 3D, like traditional 3D, is that they don't really have a sense that the things that they draw and these abstract lines that they make do actually and should be conveying mass and form and this like form change, and they should have like structure to them. It took me the longest time because I was always very resistant to what I always felt was an antithesis to how I thought and how I saw art. I was always really bad at traditional 3D things. I can't use my hands, which is very strange for someone who draws for a living, but I am so bad at using my hands for like real craft, and I always have been. And And I think that weakness has always made itself apparent whenever I look at my art and I see that, like, I don't particularly understand structure in a way that is like authentic, and I don't have a sense for 3D in a way that is usable and efficient. So for the longest time, my problem had always been that my characters felt extremely paper thin, like they felt flat. It didn't feel like they really occupied a space, and it drove me insane for the longest time, because I couldn't understand why, like, you know, I'd draw something and be like, oh, this is pretty cool, and then like a day passes and I look at it again and I'm like, why does this feel just so flimsy and just, I don't know, it didn't feel real. It felt like a drawing, and I didn't understand why that was. And I don't think I really understood for a while until I just kind of sat down and looked at a bunch of my favorite artists, and I'm like, okay, why the hell do I even like any of these people? What is it about their art that gets me excited, that makes me want to improve, and what is it that I'm actually trying to improve? And I noticed that a lot of them, not all of them, but some of them at least, had a sense of, like, mass and structure to their characters, to their humans, that I just never was able to achieve. And it's not just from, like, painting and rendering and shading. There's a way to show that through 2D line work that I thought was particularly impressive. And I think recognizing that first in the artists that I adored cemented to me that this was probably the thing that I was noticing about my art that really bothered me. This was probably the thing that made me extremely uncomfortable when I would look at my own art, because I was basically looking at something that didn't emulate the values I had when I looked at other artists. And I was subconsciously picking up on it, but I wasn't really applying it. And so currently, and I've been working at this for a couple years now, like I noticed this maybe back in 2014, and I'm still working on it because I don't know. It requires a level of conscious effort from me that I don't normally tend to automatically think about, and so I'm still trying to figure it out. But I don't know. As for like what was my reaction when I figured it out, I guess it was I think I was just kind of exhausted. If I'm gonna be honest, I think I was just kind of like, wow, I couldn't have picked something easier to like, you know, I couldn't have been interested in something else. But yeah, I just kind of, I was like, okay, well, I guess this is the new thing I'm gonna have to work on for the rest of my life. But it's good. It's a good realization. It's a good change in my mentality, because it means that, you know, it's another thing that I can add to my endless list of stuff to work on and things to aspire to, and ultimately, as like frustrating as it is, it's also really exciting, because it just means that every piece that I make has the potential to be a lot better than I can currently, I guess I can currently make it. And it makes me want to make every piece worth it, in a way. I want to get to a point where it requires a lot less conscious effort for me to achieve that look of structure, that understanding of mass. I would like to get to a point where that doesn't require me to like really slow down and think, but that the understanding that I have to definitely changes how I've been drawing in the past just like couple years. I used to draw a lot faster than this. If that is something that is surprising, I don't know. I used to draw a lot faster than this, and I used to draw a lot messier than this, because at the time there was a period of my life where I didn't think about, you know, what I was putting down and being purposeful about my lines. And it wasn't until I realized that I should be, that's what was kind of preventing me from really putting effort and thought into my forms and my 3D kind of like conveying 3D form. That was when I kind of started to slow down and think about being purposeful and being more, I guess, I don't know, just deliberate about the things that I was drawing. And so I started slowing down how I drew. I drew a little bit neater, and that's not necessarily a good thing, but it is a product of trying to be more purposeful. And, you know, there's pros and cons to how I'm currently drawing and what I'm currently doing, but it is all in line with that original goal of improving my ability to have better control over my shapes and over my forms, over communicating 3D objects using only a 2D space, 2D illusions, essentially. So that's a long-winded answer, but that's what I'm currently working with. Where do you usually start when dealing with something you don't understand? So I'm a very, like, I don't know. I always go to looking at artists that I like first. So I try to isolate, if it's art related, I try to isolate, like, okay, who was the one that made me feel like I was missing this from my own work? Who was the one that made me feel like I was, there was something left for me to learn about this and that I don't actually understand it? And I spend a couple days just kind of looking at what they do and isolating that one specific thing, and then I make a choice about whether or not, is this a product of a stylistic experiment? Is this the product of a fundamental or a lack of fundamental knowledge on my part? Like, what type of problem is this? And you get better at understanding that as you get more experience and you draw for longer, but generally it's not hard for me to pick up, like, okay, why is this a problem? What kind of a problem is this? Even if I don't know the answer to something, building a sense of, like, and this is why I always tell people that whenever I teach them, I don't want to teach them how to do something, I want to teach them the tools to do something, because when you have the tools to do something, you can problem solve when there is no solution that you understand. Like, if there's no solution to something, you're not totally out of your depth. You're not just waiting for someone else to tell you how to do it. You can actually start chipping away at the problem by using the tools that you do understand. Saying, like, okay, well, I know this to be true, so if that's the case, then how do I break this topic down until I understand why am I not understanding this? What is it that I need to do in order to understand this? And what are the steps I can take that are achievable, that are things that I can work on with every drawing that I make, that I have to keep in mind as I'm moving forward, and I break it down from there. Ultimately, my goal with any new thing I have to learn is I want to get to a point where I have an idea for what it is I have to start thinking about in the future, and I start trying to implement that into every drawing that I make. This is the reason why I never talk about studying a lot with, like, in terms of what I personally do, because I don't necessarily believe in studies. I think studies are really helpful when you need to, like, see it physically, practice it physically, but what people don't tend to do that I have always thought was really important is actually start to apply those things. And they always separate what they do for themselves and what they do on their own time and what they do outside of studying. They always separate that kind of content from the stuff that they do to learn and to improve. Because to them it feels like these things are not the same. They could be, and they should be, because what you're doing is you're studying so that you can be better at what you do on your own time for yourself and for whatever other reason. And so my goal whenever I am trying to understand what is it that I'm trying to learn or what is it that I should learn is figuring out what it is that I should start doing in all of my other pieces of work. And that could be as simple as, oh, I should remember that the forehead has like a specific plane change. So whenever I paint the next time, I should remember to have that. It's a little bit of a subtle shadow there. Or it could be as like abstract as saying, okay, well, I know that I'm struggling currently with structural stuff, so next time I draw something, I should really be thinking about how each line contributes to the 3D perspective and the turning of form in 3D space, and I should really be analyzing whether or not each line I'm making is helping or distracting or hurting that message. I should be looking at everything and figuring out whether or not these angles, this line weight, this like curvature, this exaggeration, like whether or not it's actually aiding in the intended image. That's all the stuff that, like, that's like the range, essentially. And yeah, I guess that's kind of how it goes. I don't know. I don't really have a dedicated, like, oh, I don't understand something, let me sit down and learn it. I'm usually just always being like, oh, I don't think I get this, so I guess the next time I draw something, I should pay extra attention to this area. I don't really stop to do, like, big, I don't know, dedicated moments of study, which is not something I'm saying is, like, a good thing. It's not, like, you should do whatever you need to do in order to achieve the result you want. But I don't know, I'm extremely lazy in that respect, and I'd much rather just do it at my own pace or do it while I'm doing stuff that I actually want to do, versus have put more things on my plate that I have to think about, like, oh, I have to set some time aside to do some warm-ups or do some studies. 'Tis boring to me. Favorite smoothie? Anything with strawberries. Just graduated from concert art, still trying to find my first day. Do you have any tips on breaking into the industry as a junior concert artist? Like what studios to target, where to search, and perform needed? So it'll ultimately depend on the type of place you are aiming for. Like if you have a specific style type that you'd want to do, you should make a portfolio that is friendly to those types of places. Like, okay, hold on. I'm getting distracted. I'm gonna be finagling with this piece for a little bit, unless I just figure out what I'm doing right now. There are some days where I can multitask and some days where I just can't. I can't multitask at all. What was I saying? So Yeah, if you have a specific style preference, like I want to do PBR, realistic, high sci-fi kind of shooter games, then those have a very specific style requirement versus I want to work for a like cute mobile game and like a little indie developer who has like a very stylized approach, maybe very cute or kind of like whimsical sort of style. That is a totally different portfolio with totally different studio like targets and stuff like that. I'd say figure out for yourself what kind of work you'd want to do, or what kind of work rather that you're interested in doing, because there's no point in trying to just, or rather I would say that it is kind of just setting yourself up for failure if you make a ton of portfolio pieces that you make just because you know that you need like a quote-unquote concept art portfolio. Because I really don't recommend people try to get any job because ultimately like you're just going to hate the place that you work for if you're just trying to make whatever abstract like concept art quote-unquote piece that you can. Try to aim for a very specific market, whether that be for video games or animation or whatever, and try to be specific about the kind of styles you're willing to work in that you're good at, because they're not going to hire someone who's just mediocre at everything. They're going to want to hire someone, especially in animation from what I've heard, and more so starting in video games. I think it's starting to happen where people are a lot more interested in hiring experts in their field, and so you should be an expert quote unquote in whatever style that you prefer, and if that lines up with a specific studio that you're interested in working in, great. If it doesn't, then you have to make the choice about whether or not you're willing to learn a new style so that you can get the studio. It really depends on what's more important to you. I don't really care about studios in specific. I've never idolized a certain studio. I've always given pretty basic answers whenever people ask me, because I think it's really, honestly, kind of a mistake to identify super hard with a single studio. I think you should be interested in working in a space because of their specific artistic focus, what they seem to be able to accomplish in their projects. I think it'd be a lot more productive to be interested in a studio only from the perspective of it seems like they have a lot of really interesting projects, or it seems like they have a really good team that seems to work really well together. I'd be interested in working in a space like that so I can, work in a style that I'm interested in, because studios will always have a way to disappoint you regardless of how good a studio is. And I would always recommend shooting for places that have the same style preference that you do. Granted, this is talking from the perspective of like super established places. There's always new studios popping up. There's always new groups, new projects that studios don't talk about that are totally different from what you might see on their page. So I'd say always keep kind of an eye out for, potential places that seem like, they pay you a solid amount, they seem like they wouldn't take advantage of you, and you can get a lot of that from just talking with them, and also like from an interview process and an art test perspective. And they have a style that works for you, that interests you, that you're interested in working in. Because nothing sucks more than spending 8 hours a day working on something that you, oh my god, can't even pretend to be excited about. I did that a lot for freelance, and it took me a long time to realize that I can like have a choice when it comes to the kinds of projects I want to do. So concept artists also, I'd say, if you want to get into concept, there's a couple things that you should probably have in your portfolio. If you're doing concept, you should actually have, like, concepts, which include sketch pages, silhouette stuff, thumbnails. It includes breaking down like the like if you're doing like something super sci-fi, they'd be interested in seeing like tech breakdowns, an exploded version of any weapon or prop that you have. They'd be interested, like if you'd be interested in working in games that are, you know, a little bit more like you can walk around in them and they are either open world or somehow like a 3D type game, showing that you can like design and like if you're doing a generalist concept, right? Or an environment concept artist, you can show them like dioramas and show them that you understand depth and how to design a space and compose an environment from all angles. If you're a character concept artist, showing them variations in outfits, showing them that you can do iteration, showing them that you can, you know, not only draw a concept, but also show all the different ways a certain specific prompt, a character archetype, can be conveyed. That doesn't mean just like, you know, 5 relatively similar costume designs. That might mean showing them different evolutions of a character, different, you know, I guess like interpretations of a prompt, and then showing them why certain iteration works the best out of the other ones. It could have the best silhouette, could have the most interesting charm, and or it could just be a matter of it fit the world better. Like, concept artists are a very specific type of specialization in that you are expected to know basic illustration skills, but the specific skills that you're being hired for can't be shown through like a highly illustrated portfolio. People who hire concept artists are interested to see how you ideate, how you communicate your ideas, whether or not your sketches are clear, or whether or not they have the right expressiveness, have the right feel that they can utilize every week to be able to, you know, bring ideas to the table, show them to the rest of the team, get people on board with the idea. Because that's what's actually important. That's what you actually do on a day-to-day. Tips on foreshortening. Foreshortening is made easy when you think about complex forms in simplified primary forms. And that's pretty much all I really have to say on foreshortening, because if I ever struggle with something, all I have to think about is like, okay, is this like a cylinder? Is this like a slightly squared off cylinder? Because I know how to draw these like combinations of simplified forms, and then I just arrange them in perspective in the way that I want them to, and then I can imagine like, okay, so if I wanted to show like a very specific pose or a very specific perspective, I know what angle all of these limbs should be in order to accomplish that. Hold. Today has been a very odd day for art. Blah, blah, blah. I when it comes to style, I try not to think about it, is basically my answer. I was really obsessed with finding a style when I was younger, and I would always convince myself, like, oh yeah, this is finally the style I want to do. This is, you know, this is it. This is my style. I was like 12. I had the rest of my life to live, and I was like, oh yeah, I'm 12 years old, and here's my art style, you know, for the rest of my life. I'm not in any position to make that decision. Who did I think I was? Because I just thought, like, people just said it. People were just like, yeah, this is my style. This is just how it's gonna be. This is just how it looks. This is just how, you know, people recognize me. People don't, like, you can't really tell for yourself what your style is. You have markers, style markers that, you know, are habits that you have. Like, I have a very specific way of drawing hair. People recognize me from the way I draw fabric or whatever, because I have very specific style, like stylistic preferences, but I wouldn't call that my style. And if I'm gonna be honest, I would rather not define it at all, especially at this point when all I'm really interested in is expanding my horizons. Finding new artists to enjoy, figuring out where my tastes are growing, and, like, just in general, not forcing myself to adhere to a very specific, like, process of drawing something, or very specific concoction of styles. I really don't think it helps me to ever, like, sit down and just be like, I think this is my style. 'Cause, like, oh cool. Wow, that's nice. It's gonna change next week, but sure. And it will, because it changes depending on what I find interesting that week, what new thing I've discovered, or what artist I'm looking at. Because I have so many different interests, so many different tastes, and I'm excited by the potential of all of them that I'm never going to actually settle for anything. So what's the point in me ever saying ever again, like, oh yeah, here is the style, my whatever. I don't get it. And I know it matters to other people, and it used to matter to me, but I'm really tired of, like, feeling anxious about it. I'm really tired of feeling like it's something I need, 'cause it's just really distracting. It's like when people are really, when people go to any kind of, like, establishment or thing to do with astronomy, anything to do with space, and they ask the tour guide about constellations. Constellations are the least interesting part about space, and yet to the average person, that's like something that they're really interested in for some reason. Here are where points of light are. Wow, I wish I could recognize them in the sky. And, like, if you actually ask someone who is into any kind of, like, space related science, they've got so many other things that are super interesting to them. They'd really not rather talk about constellations. But like, to me, thinking about style and glorifying it in a way is like being obsessed with constellations and saying, you know, well, I'm really into space, or, like, I'm really into, you know, astronomy. It's such a, like, aspect of it. It's an aspect of art, right? But it's so not the interesting part of art. I really can't find it within myself to really be excited about it anymore, because at the end of the day, ultimately, I'm going to grow into whatever style I grow into as a result of whatever I put into my brain. Like, my life, over the course of my life, I'm going to see so many different artists, experience so many different styles, have so many different thoughts about, like, what I find cool in art, that in, like, 50 years, I'm going to have, like, 50 years of different experiences, of different tastes in my head, that it's just pointless for me to assume what is it I'm going to enjoy in that time, what I'm going to even enjoy now. I don't know. Styles are stupid. I don't really have a story. I just decided like 5 years ago that it's all complete bullshit. Draw whatever the heck you want to draw at whatever time you want to draw it. Doesn't really matter. No one cares. If they do, they're stupid. That's all. How well did you do in English during school? I was strangely good at English. Not because I tried super hard. I think I just got really good at the whole, like, fake it till you make it thing. So I learned how to write in a way that was decently flowery and relatively I don't know, academic, because it would add word counts to my papers. But then I just started writing that way because it became easier for me to organize my thoughts. And then I just always was okay at English. It was always my highest graded subject because, I don't know, it starts to involve things that I'm actually interested in authentically. But my grammar's pretty shit. I'm pretty awful at grammar. The brush I'm using, I don't have a link to because I got it from someone else. I'm sorry. Have you ever had the feeling that you would like to convey an idea or draw a character, but you don't have the right skill to portray it properly? Yes. Always. It's very common. And it's really up to you whether or not you want to do it anyway, and just say, like, this is not the version of them I have in my head. Not yet. I'm just gonna keep trying, and that's all there is to it. Or you can just say, hey, I'm gonna keep this for a rainy day, and that's fine. You know, you can make that choice decision for yourself. I've had moments in both. Times where I'm like, I know I can't draw this well, but I'm gonna do it anyway, because I don't really care. And times where I'm just like, nice idea, I'm gonna keep that to myself for a while. So, you know, choices to make. But yes, I think it happens to everyone, and it's a very normal feeling. I'm sorry, I'm catching up on chat. You mentioned motion studies as a way to improve your figure drawing. I'm not exactly sure what motion studies entail. So, there's a form of figure drawing, or not really a form, it's just like a practice of figure drawing, where the intention is to draw characters in motion, people in motion, things in motion. Really great if you're trying to practice gestures, if you're trying to practice like accuracy and memory when it comes to observation. So typically what people do is they will sorry, I am looking to figure out what I'm doing wrong here. People have different ways of doing this. They will sometimes watch videos of people doing an activity like running, exercising. They will watch them. Oops. I didn't mean to. They could watch like horses in motion if they're trying to animate or convey that kind of moment in time. Some people will have like a model just like cycle through a bunch of poses at like 5-second, 10-second intervals, and they just try to do a quick sketch with each one and just try to get the gesture down. Motion studies are really good if you're interested in learning and practicing drawing figures, you know, in motion, in action, drawing dynamic posing, getting comfortable with drawing characters in non-static poses. Really good for that sort of stuff. So I'd recommend it if that's something you struggle with. How do you pen pressure? I'm just, if I'm zoomed out and I want to draw at a smaller size, if I ever want to draw at a smaller size, I just don't draw as heavy. Screen tablets hurt my eyes. And I don't like the angle of my wrist or my hand when I'm drawing with them. But I always want to try them. I'm always interested in like the potential, because so many people are like, oh, I can't go back. Except I have. Because I don't know, they kind of suck. But they are kind of a standard for a lot of people, so I don't know. I don't post very much. Kind of out of laziness, I'm gonna be honest, but also because, I don't know. It's been an active effort on my part to just think about social media less and to live my life a little bit more privately. So whenever I post is whenever I post, and you probably won't get any more art out of me than what you'll eventually get if I remember to post things. But yeah. At any given time, there are plenty of companies looking for artists, and I would recommend, if that's something you want to work at, like a company, then you should be paying close attention to any places that have like an open application on like Indeed, LinkedIn. There are a bunch of other job searching sites that include studios. You can always keep an eye out, like I think ArtStation also has like a way to check for open application things. If you have an eye on a specific studio, then, you know, go apply for it. There's honestly a lot more work available, I think, for outsourcers than there are for actual studios, because studios tend to try and keep their actual in-house artists, the cast of in-house artists, rather small in comparison to the amount of work they typically take on. And they'll hire outsourcers to pretty much do everything else that they don't want to do or don't have time to do. And since a lot of games are currently now going deeper and deeper into microtransactions, into, like season passes, battle passes, they're getting deeper into live service stuff, a lot more outsourcers are going to start needing to take on more work, because those studios are not going to be able to support themselves, or are not going to be able to support all of the content they need to make by themselves. Pretty much any game that you see or any studio that you know that makes a live service game are outsourcing to pretty much like as many studios as they can support. Like, I'm pretty sure Riot does not have a big, like, Riot does not have a substantial in-house team compared to the amount of cards that comes out of Legends of Runeterra. Because pretty much all of their cards are painted by outsourcers and outsourced studios. Because there's just way too much work involved with that kind of a thing. Then they could feasibly be able to hire artists for within their own team. Same with Magic the Gathering. The only way that Magic the Gathering can afford to release as many cards as they do is because their entire workforce is almost entirely made out of outsourcers, freelance artists, illustrators. So I think currently there's going to be a lot more work for people working at those types of studios, or even just being a freelancer in general. You'll probably get contacted for a lot more work that way. Of all the jobs that I've ever really gotten, the majority of them were always for freelance or contract. I very rarely got full-time offers because it's just a little bit more expensive to offer someone a full-time job. But I don't know, I'd honestly say, just from my experience, and again, I should not be the only person you're getting this advice from, because I am someone with a very specific experience with working. A lot of my jobs came from having an account on social media that recruiters found through some way, either through a recommendation, or through like following me on their own accounts, or even just like finding me through explorers or trending pages like on ArtStation or something. They'll contact me through an email or look at my website for more stuff, and then ultimately they'll decide like, hey, do we want to reach out to this person? Maybe they'd be a good fit, and that's usually the case. That's pretty much what most of my jobs were. The only reason why I have my current full-time job is because actually the person that they contacted was not available to take the original position, and they were like, hey, you could contact Knight, she's looking for stuff, and then, you know, I did a interview, and that was that. So, you know, as once you start to, like, just kind of develop a presence that people know you're available to work, that they can see your work easily and evaluate whether or not your skill level is what they want, then it'll be a lot easier for you to be the person that they go to when they're looking for a very specific style, a very specific kind of work. And I think especially now, it's pretty much near impossible, COVID aside, to really be a part of, like, be active participants in, like, a lot of the old forms of networking, which are, like, drinking parties and, like, bar meetups or whatever, or, like, specific networking events. It's harder to do those things now, and I think it's just a lot easier for people to look online for potential like creative workforces. So yeah, I'd say if you were like super desperate, you could just start like applying to a bunch of just pretty much any studio that you can find that has like work that is relevant to your portfolio, and then start taking on more kind of private commission work, if you can, on the side. Generally, taking on private stuff and working professionally is not the easiest. There's a lot of just like time crunch involved with that. What else? There are magazines that you can get into, as well, if you submit like an application. Competitions generally are just kind of, they're not really very helpful for, like, awards don't really do much generally for games in particular, but they're good for marketing to potential recruiters who might look at, you know, magazines, anthologies, collections, like, what is that one? So whichever one does like that fantasy award thing every year. I don't remember what it is. Spectrum, I think is what it's called. Stuff like that. None of these commissions have color on them. Is there an intersection between concept and illustration if I'm still going back and forth? So, and I'm glad to be wrong about this, but generally I think that concept artists can be illustrators, but illustrators very rarely can be concept artists in a authentic way. You can go from illustration to concept art, I did, but if we're just looking at, like, if you just took someone from either perspective, the skills required to be a concept artist are really specialized, and the focus is different, and it's not fair to ask that of an illustrator. And concept artists, you have the potential to be asked to render out a key art, or you have the potential to be asked to finish a design so it's presentable to stakeholders or the team or something like that, or to modelers. So it's a lot more likely that a concept artist is going to need illustration skills to some degree, because let's be honest, stakeholders do not want to look at dirty concept art, they want to look at pretty pictures. And often studios are not going to hire a totally different illustrator just to make pretty pictures. They're going to ask the concept artist to just finish their concept. So yes, there is an intersection for concept artists and illustrators. It is generally a good thing to show that you can illustrate to some degree. It shows that you're able to finish your concepts, that you have more utility as a person that they might hire. But generally, concept portfolios and illustration portfolios should not be the same thing. Because, as you know, they would love to see that you can make a pretty picture, but that is not what your day-to-day job is going to be about. And functionally, you shouldn't be an illustrator doing concept. You should be a concept artist who can also do illustration. Not to say that you can't make it work, but it is a completely different demand from illustration. What are techniques to sit in a chair? I don't know. I will hydrate. Any tips on rendering for beginners? My drawings always end up looking slightly muddy. So it could be a matter of you overworking the piece. So, like, if you are painting, especially, not having a very well-defined light source, having very kind of mixed, like overly mixed colors and hues that are all over the color palette, all of these things are going to really muddy up the read of your drawing. I'd say if you're struggling with it, give cell shading a try. Try to just divide everything up into layers so that at any given point in time you're kind of only tackling one thing. Cell shading is great because you actually do have to just cleanly define what your light source is. You have to think about everything from the perspective of, like, you can't render this, so you're gonna just have to make some hard decisions about what everything looks like. On top of that, cell shading also gives you the opportunity to clearly define, like, okay, here's my central color, and then if I want to add more colors to this, I have to be very selective about where I put it. So that could be, like, a little bit more saturation on just the edges, maybe some light gradients or something like that, but nothing to the degree where you're going to kind of mess it up by you know, blending in too many colors at once. There's a lot of stuff that goes into making something very muddy, and typically what I found is that if it's muddy or looks muddy, it's usually a result of a lack of a clearly defined light source, a over complication of how many values, hues, colors, tones that you're using, a lack of direction when it comes to your shadow shapes, your lighting being kind of like all over the place, and how it changes the saturation and the hue, how the ambient light affects the colors that you're picking, and also just preventing the viewer from being able to understand what it is that they're looking at. It doesn't evoke the appropriate mood, maybe. Like you want a really happy image, but the lighting and the colors you chose make it look so much darker, or even like muddy and murky, which is a suitable atmosphere for something that is a little bit more solemn or melancholic, but definitely not for something that is you know, on the more happy side. There's a lot of different reasons, and any of those could be the reason. All of them could be the reason. I'd say it would just really depend on, you know, how your execution changes depending on, like all of those different factors, essentially. Ugh. A really hard time focusing today. No, I would not. I would say it, even if you have a hard time visualizing stuff, it's not necessary. Like, if anyone has seen the, what is it, Dark Crystal? They had a reboot on Netflix. The artist that defined the original look for the Dark Crystal has aphantasia. So he's not able to, like, envision things in his head. So what he does instead is that he just finds the drawing as he's doing it. He's actually, you know, working it through as he's drawing. It works perfectly fine. His stuff has a really great look to them, and it's a very specific style that he's kind of created for himself, because he has a very specific process that he wants to use it, and it works for him. And I don't necessarily think that having aphantasia makes it impossible for you to become a strong visual artist, and in fact I think it just requires you to change how you approach drawing and your process for it. Otherwise it is functionally the same foundational topics, it's the same fundamental makeup for any other artist. Same thing with, you know, if you're colorblind. A lot of people will ask, like, hey, is it even possible to paint or be someone who can, you know, accurately apply colors if you're colorblind? Yes, the artist Neskane is a great example of this. He's colorblind. He just has found a way to pick his colors and a way to kind of get around or sort of, I guess, accommodate his colorblindness so that he can, you know, accomplish the things he wants to accomplish. It's just a matter of him not being able to approach using the color wheel and color spectrums the same way that other people do, but it doesn't stop him necessarily from being able to do the thing. So your process will be different, but the fundamental, like, the foundations of art will remain, is basically what I'm saying. Oy, mayhaps. I've not used those, so I don't have an opinion. Well, I have used an XP pen. I did not enjoy it. It felt pretty cheap. And it was a screen tablet. But I've heard other people having a great time with theirs, so I think that's just my experience. Oh god. This character has a lot of laces. Drawing someone's OC. Hey, potato. Oh god, not for a while. Just to make that online course was like 3 months of 20-hour workdays. I'm good. I'm good for a while. You know, the funny thing is, when I was making that course, the thing that I learned from making the course was teaching is really only for people that are in a point in their lives where they're content to not think about themselves or their work anymore. They're a lot happier, or at least in a way content to kind of focus on helping other people with their development and helping other people answer the questions that they have, and sharing that knowledge. The thing with teaching is that you can't really take in knowledge the same time that you're dispensing it. And so what ends up happening is that you're just constantly in a state of sharing information, of providing all of that stuff to other people. And if you're someone who's still in a state of wanting to focus on your own stuff, of having things left to figure out, of having things left to learn, it is something you're very aware of because it's the one thing you can't do. And I was very aware of the fact that, like, the entire time that I was doing that course, I was taking time away. I was taking up the time that I would have used to do the thing that I am currently now teaching people how to do. And it was a really interesting time to realize that I still had so much more that I wanted to be learning, that it kind of almost freaked me out, because I was like, am I really in a position to be teaching people right now? Because I have so much left to learn that I want to still learn, but here I am making a course for people. And in the end, I think what I showed in that class is a culmination of what I currently know, right? And I kind of had to look at it in a way of like, this is me at this age, in this stage in my life, with what I currently have in my head, what I currently understand about art and how I internalize it. That's going to change inevitably. That's going to evolve, and I'll have new ways to explain things, better ways to explain things. I probably will even change my opinion on a couple different things as I get older. And as much as I enjoyed making that course, because I think, you know, I still haven't really let myself be proud of it yet. I for some reason, I'm still kind of in a state of like, just like a little bit of, like, I watch it and I'm like, oh god, why did I could have done this so much better. I still haven't yet given myself, Holy Eye Artworks, thank you for the raid. I haven't yet allowed myself to be proud of it yet, but it was a culmination of a lot of hard work, and it's okay that it's not like the course. It's okay that there's still a lot that I currently don't know yet that I have left to kind of learn for myself. Anyways, that's kind of what I'm learning. My retrospective on it. I cannot draw with my left hand. What's the weirdest design you've ever done? Like, is this even possible? I honestly have not done a ton of weird stuff in my career. And I honestly, a part of me wonders if I am just taking myself too seriously. Because I think I do. I am the kind of artist that I only draw things that I think are pretty. Because I'm not really interested in stuff that is weird or kind of gross or ugly. And that's kind of the charm of it. But a part of me is also like, it's kind of a shame to only stick to drawing things that I deem as beautiful. Because a lot of the artists that I like, they kind of toe the line a little bit with that. So, I don't know. I should branch out a little bit, I think. But as I am right now, I'm too immature to kind of expand my horizons that much. So, I will work on it. Do I regret doing the course, or was it a positive experience? I think ultimately I think it was something that I did. I neither regret it nor find it to be overwhelmingly positive. I'm glad that I could finish it. I'm glad that I could do it, and I learned a lot from the process. I think in a way it changed a lot of how I thought about education. It changed a lot about how I thought, or how I communicated, rather, my thoughts, my process, and I learned a lot about myself making the course, funnily enough, because it was the first time I've had to actually express a lot of those ideas to anyone. And there were multiple points where I was like writing a script and being like, is that how I think? Really? Is that my process? Because I've never had to like express this to literally anyone else. And so, you know, even just the way that I've talked to you guys now after having made it has changed. I have a completely different way of talking to people, of expressing my ideas. And so in a way I think it was a good experience because I do feel like I've grown from it. But was it enjoyable? I have to honestly say that it was one of the hardest times of my life, if we're gonna be honest. It's really hard to enjoy and think fondly on working full-time at both a studio and with freelance stuff, and also then spending an additional 6 to 7 hours every day scripting, voicing, and editing videos, skills that I had not really ever kind of developed beforehand, so I was learning as I was making it. There was a lot of stuff that I learned, and in a way I'm glad that I did it because I learned a lot, but it kind of it was a lot of work. Pretty much. And I don't want to complain too much because I do really I think it ultimately ended up being something that I want to be proud of, that I think is a really good culmination of who I am now. But yeah, I mean, there's just kind of that lasting itch in my brain where I'm like, oh, this could have been better. I could have done it so much better. I could have, changed how I talked about this concept. There are things that I miss talking about. So in a way, it has a lot of kind of small regrets piled up on top of it. But yeah. Yes, my course came out in April, and it recently just finished, actually being, completed, finished making it. Because it ended up taking so much longer than anyone thought it was gonna take. But it's out, and I still have stuff. I'm technically still working on it, because I'm still trying to fit in time to subtitle everything and wrap up other stuff and plan for other things, but yeah. it's a whole pile of stuff. But yeah, it's a thing that I did. Thank you. Yeah. Working is where I've been. Seven types of folds? I don't know what the 7 types of folds are, but I did study types of the ways that fabric folds, although I don't know that there were 7 of them. I learned it in a very casual manner. Yeah, pretty much the reason why I was gone for a while and I stopped streaming was because I was making the Class 101 thing. That demanded pretty much all of my time. But it's kind of, my load has kind of lessened. I've stopped taking work for a lot of other things, and I've been pretty much trying to isolate just working at my job. And yeah, it's been definitely a change. Made Scar really cute. Scar is my favorite offline TV person. I don't really watch offline TV, but every time I've seen Scara and heard him talk and like how he interacts with people, I've always felt like he was a really good... He's probably my favorite. So when I got asked to do the offline TV poster, I was like, I gotta make Scara look his best. If you don't have the time... Okay, look. I made a terrible, terrible mistake with how I went about my class because I bit off way more than I can chew. Because I didn't really understand the amount of work that was going to go into making it. I'd say if you don't have a ton of time to really dedicate to making a class, and typically the pace that they want you to be at is to make 10-minute videos. So each video should be around 10 minutes, and they'd want you to make at least 3 to 5 of them per week. If you can't keep up that pace to match with their production schedule, I would say don't do it for a while at least, because they have like a whole structure that they want, and like, granted, you know, if you choose to do a if you choose to do it in a slightly more paced out manner, the lessons that you make are a lot more like refined and the idea that you do is pretty specific, you can achieve it. It's fine. It works. And a lot of other people did that. I felt really weird about making a course on character design. And just making it like, here's how you make a character. It felt super wrong to me. I would never want to make a class that's like that because it goes against all of my morals about how education should work for something like this. I did not want to be that kind of a teacher, so I took it upon myself to write a class that I felt like I wanted to teach, and that ended up being way more work than I think anyone expected, and that's totally 100% my fault, right? But I had to lie in the bed that I made, so I did, and it sucked, but I did it. I say that if you can reasonably kind of come up with an idea that does not take that long to make, that is controlled, and it has a specific focus, then it should be fine. My experience is very much colored by the fact that I refuse to make the kind of content that they were originally asking me to make, and so I took a lot of liberties with how I wanted to teach a class, essentially. I made about 39 videos for my class. Yes. CG Lass, hello! Yeah, I mean, you can just tell them, like, hey, I don't have the time to make it right now, but if you ever, you know, contact me again later, or I might contact you guys later, and that we could talk about it. But yeah, I really don't recommend doing it unless you have the time to really push it out, because they set the deadline, they have the whole thing on their side. It's just not great if you have to shove it in with a bunch of other things. Hey Starly, is the call list updated in real time? It is updated in real time. I like them as much as the next person. I liked Kim Jung-gi a lot more when I was like younger. Now I'm like, yeah, he's like a pretty good artist that's out there. And I like his style enough, but got other interests now. Okay, time for the part that kind of sucks. So dynamic lines are kind of tough. 'Cause you kind of have to balance it between being very precise with how you're laying them down, and also being kind of imprecise because you should be modulating how fast you're drawing them. So, because I feel like dynamic lines kind of they're the product of energy, they're the product of a lot of like just like movement and flow and rhythm. A lot of that's really hard to accomplish when you draw super slow like I do, or like I do right now, or have a very like planned out methodical pace to how you draw stuff. Like if you go through a lot of sketches and things before you get to the final image, inevitably you're going to lose a lot of that energy from the sketch in the final. And that's why I feel like a lot of really good dynamic drawings end up being people who know how to maintain that energy by never treating their sketch or their lines as things that are, you know, too precious, but at the same time they can place things down accurately. They have confidence in the lines that they're placing, and that confidence kind of rubs off on that dynamic line work. So when it comes to creating dynamic lines, I feel like you have to strike a balance where, you know, you're really focusing in on that movement, on that energy. You're thinking less about stuff that would slow you down, like structure, form, and more thinking about how to use these lines to evoke a sense of just like, honestly, just like energy and power. You're trying to build an atmosphere with your line work, which is a lot harder to do than just, you know, utilizing lines to describe an object. Suddenly with dynamic line work, you're not just describing an object, you're describing a feeling. And that gets really complicated really fast. I'd say if it's something you're interested in, just practicing like gestures, practicing conveying an impression of something, conveying a moment in time, over conveying or spending a lot of time conveying like details, conveying like practice forms and structure, and just focusing in on that idea of the lines evoking an emotion or evoking an impression of movement, of speed, of rhythm. Often that comes out of gesture. Often that comes out of quicker, faster, smoother line work, maybe. Of a little bit more carelessness when it comes to, or not carelessness, but a shift in priority from accuracy over to, what would I say is the opposite of accuracy? I guess like away from accuracy towards like evoking stuff. If that makes any sense? I don't know. I have always kind of struggled with dynamic stuff. I always feel like my digital pieces, I never draw as dynamically as I wish I did, and it usually explains why these sketches, quote unquote, take me like an hour. It really shouldn't if I actually committed to drawing in a more dynamic way, but I don't know, it's a mental block that I have. When you study a new subject, do you think you find it more useful to focus on silhouettes or think in 3D forms? It depends on what I'm looking at the thing for, because both are pretty important skills that you should have in tandem. And depending on what I'm looking at the image for, I will focus on that. Yes. And that's a mastery of being able to draw in a dynamic manner. Again, I always kind of, and I've sort of settled on this idea recently, where I think true mastery of drawing is the ability to be accurate regardless of what you're doing, regardless of what filter you put it through, regardless of what thing you're trying to accomplish. You're able to accommodate all of that, all of these stylistic changes, and still maintain a sense of purpose and accuracy. And accuracy doesn't mean anatomical accuracy. It just means that this final product is a direct translation of your intention with a given piece of drawing, art, drawing, whatever. It is not a one-to-one, but a faithful kind of conveyance of your ideas, your intent, and it's hard to do that when you're trying to, and it's hard to do that in all spaces. Even if you're trying to go really slow and really specific, you will lose a lot of energy in that way, and energy, regardless of what style, is something that people use to some degree. Utilize it to, varying amounts, but it's something that everyone to some degree will have, and some people have more of it, and it requires them to draw in maybe a little bit more of a looser style, maybe even a little bit more of a kind of chaotic or faster style. And Cintiq's video on tempo is what I'm saying is speed. Modulating your speed, being able to control what is appropriate for the given situation, what is appropriate for the thing you're trying to convey, and being able to do that all accurately to your intention with the piece is, in my opinion, true mastery of draftsmanship, of the craft, and it is something that I think I'm starting to recognize as being an example of what I really admire in art, is when I can feel from this person that they have full control over what they put down on paper. It is a tough thing to do. Good night. Oh gosh, yeah, good night. Thank you for sticking around. What do you think has helped you improve the most in your art in terms of skill? I mean, ultimately the answer is a combination of things, right? But I think that, and this might sound pretentious, but I think my personal growth as a human is what allows me to internalize the information that I'm being given at that moment and really understand what I'm being told. Because I'm certain, like, ultimately, fundamentally, at a certain point, you start getting the same advice over and over again. Art is not really all that complicated. You start, like, when you start learning, it feels all, when you start drawing, it's relatively simple. You're just like, I want to make pretty pictures, and you draw whatever the heck you want. And when you're a kid, especially, a lot of things don't feel very, like, there's not a lot of consequence and stuff. You're just doing it because it's fun. Whatever. Then you get into learning, and suddenly it becomes all complicated. There's so many rules, so many different things to learn, so many different foundations. And then the common story is that once you get to a certain point of mastery, it just becomes all simple again. Like, you're just like, wow, I just, you know, I don't really think too hard, and blah, blah, blah. People just, like, you hear from professionals, they're just like, yeah, I mean, I just do it, and that's how it happens. And it's like, I think if I wasn't at the right level of maturity to internalize a given concept at a specific time, I'm just gonna have to learn it at a different point in my life. Because ultimately, all the things that I've learned, they're not crazy different from things that I've heard most of my life. They're not crazy different from things that I've heard from teachers when I was like, I don't know, like 15 or whatever. But I just wasn't ready to understand or to listen or to really internalize these things in a way that I can now. So yes, like, mentors are great, peers are great, the access to materials are fantastic, being able to grow in an age of the internet and being able to access a bunch of different materials, awesome. But if I wasn't in the right state of mind to really understand what concepts they're trying to teach me, gain a deeper understanding of how this changes my future and forward momentum, and how I can adapt these lessons to utilize these concepts in the future, so that I can demonstrate them and, like, wield them as tools in my toolbox for future endeavors, for future problems, to solve future things. I think ultimately the thing that helped me learn the most is really just a sense of self-awareness, of being able to look at the lessons I'm learning, ultimately the same lessons I learn every year, and figuring out which one suddenly that I'm ready for. Figuring out which one I'm suddenly ready to hear. Because if I was any younger, I don't think I would have really felt as strongly about intention and purpose as much as I do today. And I've had teachers tell me about authenticity and purposefulness and all that for decades. My dad told me that when I was 6. But good luck getting a 6-year-old to really think about the finer points of art, to think about art in a purposeful manner. I just wanted to draw Inuyasha fan art. Like, I wasn't gonna give a shit. But now I'm older, and I can finally hear that lesson and be like, I get it. I actually care now. And ultimately, all of these things would have been meaningless if I heard it at a time that it couldn't resonate with me. So, you know, as much as I'd like to say, yeah, I think school was impactful for me, and it was, I enjoyed my time at school. The things that I left those places with, things I left people with, peers and everyone else, all those things I learned, I think, partially and most importantly because I was at the right level of self-awareness to really internalize that information. Will I do more YouTube videos? I would like to. I'm gonna be honest, I'm a little tired of video content. So, who knows when I'll get back into YouTube. There are things I'd like to do. I think I'm a little bit more interested in making videos now more than I have ever been. But I don't know if I'm gonna do it this year or next year or within the next 5 years. I'll get to it whenever I feel like it. Do I have an art mentor? No. No. Do I have any advice on how and when to get a mentor? if you want to get a mentor and you're at a space where you can afford a mentor and you're in a point in your life where you feel like you've kind of stopped being able to accurately judge for yourself how you should move forward, then get yourself a mentor. There are plenty of Discords, plenty of Patreons, plenty of artists that offer classes on their own that you can look into. I have personally never looked for a mentor, and I don't have mentor figures in my life in that way. Thank you so much for enjoying it. I really appreciate that you're taking the class. At what point did you stop feeling like a beginner artist? I think about it in terms of like birthdays. Like when your birthday happens, do you really feel like you turned a certain age, that you got older? Typically you don't, right? You don't typically feel like you got any older. Nothing feels like it's changed. And I think I just got better over time. Ultimately, I was like, I guess I can't really say I'm a beginner because it's been so long that even if I feel like one, I'm not. And, you know, at some point I started getting jobs, so I was like, I guess I'm not a beginner because I wouldn't be able to get jobs if I was. Even if I feel like one, I guess I'm not. And then you know, whatever, like, it just keeps building. When did I stop feeling like a beginner? Once I was 10 years in, 15 years into drawing, and had a bunch of examples to show me that I wasn't one. It wasn't necessarily because I realized it. I think I just was like, I guess I'm not anymore. If that makes any sense. Yeah, there's... Okay. I've got some choice words about mentors in the art community, people that operate outside of the educational art structure, because there's been some bad eggs who have been mentors. I feel like that's relatively obvious now at this point, but I feel like the reason why these people are often given a platform is because there's not enough kind of general, like, almost like stranger danger education about what are the hallmarks of someone who doesn't really have your best interests in mind, right? And so here's my thing about mentors, art mentors, people that are basically freelancers that you pay for their time to look at your art. A good mentor is someone who is not going to put themselves over you. And a way that you can kind of tell if they are a little bit more self-obsessed than actually care about your education is if they, for example, try to advertise their course as a replacement to art school, or talk about excessively how art school is not helpful, but instead, in a way, is also at the same time trying to sell you their arts course. It's like, arts education is tough to sell regardless. It requires someone who's really active, who's really trying, who can be committed 100%, who can have agency over what they're teaching and is passionate about what they're teaching. Art school, fundamentally, is just an institution with a lot of individual problems. I find it extremely strange when online artists spend a ton of time trying to convince people that their teaching is better because it's not art school, or rather that, like, I had such shit experiences in art school, so I know how to teach people. It's like, just tell them that you want to teach people authentically. Just tell them that you're excited and that you want to show people and tell people your experiences. Don't try to frame it like, oh, this is a better alternative to art school, because it's just deflecting what is more important about taking an arts course outside of an educational structure. It's that you get a more personal, more intimate experience with a specific teacher. You get more choice over who you pick to be your mentor, and you're picking that person because that person has explicit experience. It's incredibly dishonest, in my opinion, when online artists spend so much time trying to convince other students that art school just sucks. That's not the point of arts education. Art school can suck, and you can spend more of your time actually trying to explain why your expertise and your experience is going to help people. Like, start, I don't know, it makes no sense to me. Anyways, those people kind of sus. Don't do it. Example of this is Noah Bradley, right? I feel like most people know about his course, and I have no love for the man, so I'm gonna whatever. But like, something about his arts course rubbed me the wrong way every time I saw it. It's because he spent so much more time, and not even talking about him as a person, right? He spent so much more time talking about his art camp by saying that it's so much better than art school. I don't give a shit if it's so much better than art school. Tell me about how good your class is. Tell me what you're gonna teach me. Like, that's all that really matters, right? So if you're gonna get a mentor and they start talking about how their course is in or placement to art school, that kind of like tells you that maybe they don't necessarily care about teaching you as much as they care about people taking their class, as opposed to the thing that everyone can agree is kind of complicated. That's one pet peeve about mentors. I really can't stand people that like use art school as a way to sell their own course. Just have other things to say about your art. I'm sure he was a fine teacher. He probably was. He wasn't a terrible artist. I just didn't like his art. But it just gave me such bad vibes. Anyways. If he just marketed it differently, I would have a totally different perspective. But he didn't. Anyways. Other things about art teachers. Art teachers who try to tell you what is best for you do not have your best interests in mind. A good, and I think progressive, and not in like a whatever way, but in a specifically like they care about you way, a teacher who's actually going to be progressive and is actually going to help you is going to help you achieve your personal goals. They're not going to spend most of their time convincing you to be a different artist than the person you came in with. Like, they're here to help you be better than who you are currently. They're not here to convince you that there's a better way to be an artist. They're not here to convince you that you should be doing something else. They can give you that advice. They can tell you, hey, here are things that you should think about if you want to go into this industry. Specific skills that you need. A specific bias that's in an industry. Like, if you want to succeed in this area, here is advice for how to succeed in this area. Here is not a guide of how I think you should be in order to be successful. I really distrust teachers that spend a lot of energy trying to mold students into a version of like the model artist for a specific goal. They should be here to help you be the best version of yourself and your art. And they should be there to support your goals, your interests, and be there to support you because you don't have the answers to answer your own questions. In my mind, that's ideally what an art teacher should do. But there's a lot of art teachers that don't see it that way. Like, they'll tell you, hey, here's my advice for being in the industry, and in fact, all of my critique is going to be about how you don't fit that mold. Incredibly, in my mind, just so outdated. I think it is incredibly harmful for students who are in vulnerable situations, who are in a mindset where they don't have the confidence to stand up for themselves, for a teacher to just crush their dreams like that. It's so disingenuous. And it makes me so mad. Just like the amount of teachers that will just freely tell kids like, hey, don't do character design because there's so many people doing character design. Like, who cares? And they'll even go so far as to say there are no character design jobs out there. They're actually just lying to you, right? They're just telling you lies. It's not true. They're like, oh, you'll never get a job doing anime. It's just straight up not true. All they want to do is to mold you into the version of an artist that they think is the most successful version. They just want you to be the version of the artist that they think is right, that they think is proper. But it's just so fucked up for teachers to take that position of power and just try and take vulnerable students and just use them to add to their vision of what an ideal artist should be, right? Teachers who do that to you, and you can be free to disagree with that, okay? But like, I think it's just so irresponsible for teachers to just straight up lie, because it's not true. There are plenty of character design positions out there. Is it hard to get? Yes, but hard is not the same as impossible. The amount of people who are like, it's impossible to get a job doing this. It's impossible to do that. It's impossible if you draw like this. Like, it makes no sense, because those are just straight up lies. There are plenty of jobs, plenty of people out there, plenty of positions and in projects that will grow and have all different sorts of needs, all different sorts of people that need to fill them. And it makes no sense for a teacher to spend their time convincing you that you're doing it wrong. Tell them, like, teachers should be telling students when they think that they're making a mistake with how they're approaching art. Sure, they can tell them like, hey, this is my personal advice. But ultimately, if a student wants to do something and you've given them their advice and the student makes the choice that, hey, no, this is something they're passionate about, this is something they want to do, then why in the God's name are some teachers so like unbelievably stubborn that they can't get over themselves and just help the person, just help the student? It makes no sense to me. And when I see mentors that have that mentality, because they're like, I'm an industry professional, I know how this place works. Cool. I don't give a shit that you worked at Ubisoft. I don't give a shit that you worked at EA. You worked at Blizzard? Fuck if I care. Like, if this kid wants to draw anime for the rest of his life and wants to be a character designer, who gives a shit? Just make him the best artist that he can possibly be. That's all you need to do. That's all a teacher needs to do for students. They need to support their students, make them the best version of themselves. And it is baffling how many teachers don't believe that. Anyways, I'm really mad. I have a lot of thoughts about education. Because I think education is such it's so easy to manipulate people. And the only way you cannot be manipulated is if you're just aware of like what you want to do. But students are not told to do that thinking. They're not told to plan ahead. They just kind of are hoping that they'll figure it out, that people who are their seniors or their teachers will help them with that. And then adults will just have the balls to go in front of a student and crush their dreams in front of them. Like, what the fuck is that? I swear to God, I've seen it so many times. Like some teachers just have like a power trip, and this is like educational, like people who work in schools and people who work outside of schools just don't seem to have the mindset that maybe it's best when the new generation of artists is not defined or are derivatives of the previous generation of artists. That maybe having students be passionate about the one thing that actually makes them excited about art and have them be good at that thing and helping them figure out the problems that they have with that thing is actually a beneficial thing to have. I am so just baffled by how willing and ready certain teachers are to just destroy the only thing keeping that person around, keeping that person like in art. They're just like, I don't think your passion is good enough. I don't think your interests are appropriate. I don't think the thing that you find the most interesting about art is justified or accurate or like applicable. Just like tell them it's hard and just work with it. anyways Whew. It's a lot. I think I'm done with this. Wait, no, I forgot the belly ring. That's too much. You know, at some point, I get too heated answering questions of a very specific nature, and it's not conducive to drawing. So sometimes I wish like I could pull off like a just chatting stream. I don't think I could, because there are moments where I'm just like, wow, it's nice to just focus on drawing and not have to worry about it, but at the same time, kind of hard. I think this is it. For people that like they live in a place where you don't have access to art, I sincerely hope you understand that anything I say is probably not going to really like be authentic to your experience, because I'm an intensely and very, very privileged person living in a very privileged country, right? I cannot even begin to imagine the hardships of living somewhere that has little to no access to any of these materials. My hope is that with the kind of continued trend of things becoming more and more accessible online as they are currently, art in general is not going to be limited to the privileged and the ones who have access. I can only hope that as things become more and more available, as professionals start to seek more and more opportunities, doing stuff on their own, being kind of freelancers and making their own educational content, that education as a whole becomes decentralized to arts education, to accredited arts education. That is my hope, because again, these are hurdles that I personally don't have to face, and it is incredibly unfair, and for someone in my position, it's incredibly hard for me to know how to help other people, other than, you know, being in this kind of space, trying to answer people's questions to the best of my ability, so that, you know, as you go off and ask other people the same kind of questions, you get a variety of answers, ones that color your experience, that help you understand things that you can't have answered by other people close to you. That's what I hope art and arts education can be in the future, because fundamentally I think art is a thing without borders. It shouldn't have borders, but it is also a kind of, it's a practice that ultimately has thrived in the hands of people with access and with privilege. So, you know, as much as I can help, a lot of the things that I say outside of a strictly arts perspective, once it starts getting into how do I get into certain markets, how do I make money off of this, how do I do this and all that, does have to be catered to your own life experience. I can't really speak to that, mainly also because I'm an immature person, right? Like have not experienced enough in this world to have a responsible like answer to these questions outside of just what is purely abstract and kind of you know, intangible. Like, we can talk about the philosophy of art all day, but once it starts becoming something where there are a lot more stakes at play, I hope you understand that I am someone who lacks the experience, who lacks the knowledge to be able to expand my answer responsibly. And I don't want to give you false information. I don't want to give you false hope, because something I think hurts people more often than not is blind hope and blind faith in something that inherently has structures of bias, structures of privilege. I don't want to give you false hope, and I also don't want to break your heart. And I don't know if I can responsibly say anything or answer anything in a way that won't do either of those two things, or both. That was a Peach meow. Peach, will you like meow again? But yeah. So for anyone who, like, has a question very specific to their region, to their life, there's a potential that I will feel really uncomfortable trying to answer your question, because it would be irresponsible of me to say anything with any confidence. I will still try. If you have questions about art, I will still try. But yeah, just know that I come from an incredibly privileged place. Living in America, living the life that I do. How am I feeling good to go until 10? I would like to do at least one more. Man, I gotta speed these up. I really do. Let's go. Mach speed? I don't know. Catching up on stuff. Do you ever not want to draw? Yes. Wait, what? Oh. Which outfit are they talking about? I guess this one. Do I ever feel like I'm losing momentum in a piece? Yes. How do you force yourself to draw when you aren't feeling it? I try not to. My poses are often sourced from poses I've had to draw in the past that I've done research for. So if you are someone who struggles with posing, I would recommend building up your library a little bit more. Essentially, posing stems from a lot of my other conversations with actually understanding the building blocks of something. Essentially what you're doing when you're posing something, especially if you're posing without reference, is you are partially taking notes from poses that you've seen in real life, that you've done studies of, that you've seen in pictures, on Pinterest, on Google, in videos, and you're using your knowledge of anatomy to break down the building blocks of it. So Like, I know what happens when someone raises their arm. I know what muscles change when, you know, you have, like, bent elbows versus super outstretched hands. I know what it looks like and how to pose this, like, mannequin in my head, essentially, because I understand how poses are made. I understand in specific poses what happens to the human body, and so with that working knowledge, to some extent, and I'm still learning, but with that working knowledge, I can make choices on the fly, and I start not needing to see a reference beforehand to be able to craft poses. And once you get into a deeper form of that, each pose has a different way of telling a story about a character or a specific sequence. Each pose has their own connotations. They have their own kind of atmosphere, ambiance. They tell you different things about a character depending on who's in it, how they're modulating themselves and stuff like that. So having a control over, you know, what are those signals for a very specific energy, for a very specific intended result. Having a diverse enough visual library to do that, as well as being able to understand the building blocks of what makes a pose, to do that on your own without needing reference necessarily just to make one. Because I don't think not using reference is a pinnacle of posing. I think being able to do it without reference means that it's possible, or like, rather, sorry, that you have a working understanding of poses outside of a purely surface level. You have a better grasp on if I need to fulfill this specific premise, if I want to do an action sequence versus a very laid back, casual scene, then what are the markers of a pose? What are the specific options that I can have with this character that would not only enhance the character's design, enhance the character's personality, convey some level of storytelling or action sequence or story beat, and still faithfully create like an interesting image. All those things kind of come together to create ways to craft poses. Suakui? I don't know how to say your name, but thank you. I'm glad you're taking the class. Do you visualize what you want to do before you do it and try to meet the goal, or do you figure out as you go along? I figure out as I go along. It's just fun for me that way. Build a mental or visual library, mental library. Mental libraries are built from a combination of observation and action. So not only does just kind of observing things, taking note of things, remembering things that you see, that you do research for, that you have studied help, but also putting those things to practice helps cement something into your visual library. Essentially what a visual library is like, how do I explain this? What's a nice kind of parallel? I don't know, I'm a little too tired to figure one. Okay, so basically, visual libraries are just catalogs that in your head that you remember because you've committed something to memory. You've committed something to a piece of your knowledge. A visual library doesn't have to just be pieces of art or references or reference images. It can be anything from Like, I know the, like, behavioral habits of a very specific animal. I know the seasonal cycle of a very specific crop as a result of this area's, you know, weather and climate and geographical location. I know what it looks like when a figure is posed in a very specific way because I did a study of that a long time ago. I have a snapshot image of an athlete in this event that I watched on TV like a couple years ago, you know, that kind of stuff. Essentially, a mental library, a visual library, is just your personal bank of knowledge. And how you choose to fill it ultimately depends on what you choose to put into your head, right? I enjoy historical fashion quite a bit. Not in a practical way, but just from a sort of, like, informational way. I guess I'm interested in history to some extent. I never thought I was, but, you know, then I fell into this. So, I am interested in learning about different access to fabrics, how the kind of sociocultural impacts, or sociocultural events in certain eras impacted people's perception of how they should present themselves. How does the iconography of the ideal woman or man change depending on the time period, the historical era, or the specific culture that they're in? You know, that kind of stuff is interesting to me. That's the kind of stuff I try to learn. That's the kind of stuff I try to put into my visual library. On top of, you know, hey, I remember seeing this pose when I was 12 and doing figure drawing, or I remember this artist that I really liked did this one thing with their art, and I want to figure out if I can have that same quality in my art. So, yes. It's a combination, ultimately, of observation and practice. Have I taken long breaks from drawing? Yes. What have you done to take short breaks between drawing? I picked up other hobbies. But usually that just meant playing games or taking naps. How many hours do you watch of YouTube daily? I don't want to talk about it. If you just want knowledge and not a degree, I would not recommend going to an accredited institution. I would actually recommend going to online art schools like Concept Art Academy, Brainstorm, Schoolism, Cube, other places. I don't know if there are any other ones. Proco, I guess, is starting his courses as well. Because the only thing that you really get that is, I don't know, worth it for some people is the degree, because only then are you able to work in places out, like, internationally. Degrees are really important if you ever want to teach, if you ever want to work internationally, and a bunch of other stuff. So that's the main reason why people go to colleges. If you are just looking for knowledge, it'd be much cheaper and a lot faster for you. It's a lot less of a commitment, essentially, to go for a lot of the non-accredited courses in America, because those are exactly what you're looking for. Information-based. They're not nearly as expensive as schools, because schools often put a bunch of other things in with their tuition costs, and because those courses will not give you an accredited degree, oftentimes you are being given information that's a lot more specific, so you can have a little bit more control over the classes that you take and the content that you get and the people that you take it from. So if that's your intention, then I do not recommend going to an actual accredited course. much content in your class is specific to character design? How much is applicable to drawing in general? There is a single chapter with like, I think like 7 videos that is focused on character design. Everything else before it is kind of arts in general, and then everything after it is kind of also related to art in general. So I'd say, I think there are like 10 technical chapters. But I think maybe about like 40% of the class is specific to character design. Otherwise, everything else is kind of character design, but also applicable to everything else, if that makes any sense. You can look at the chapters on the website if you want to see. Is there a method you use for poses, same for hair and clothing and such? Learning poses, or like what do you mean? Do you have any family members who are also good at art? I have, my dad is like one of those people that like they could just be good at whatever they learn. So he did at one point do art, but he's a musician at heart, so he does not do art anymore. My uncle is in, I think he's an interior designer, but no, he's like an interior objects designer, so I guess furniture designer. He does like a variety of things. It's all related to like interior design. And his wife is an art history teacher. So I have like art related people in my family. But I didn't grow up with them. So, and as far as my personal family, actually my sister also does art, but she does art as a way to enhance her actual job, which is like avant-garde media, like film and stuff like that. How many hours do you sleep per day? I would like to not answer that. Too little, as most would say. There's bad stuff about every school. I'm just gonna say that. Honestly, art schools are hard because you're not really gonna know why, like the issues with an art school. You're not really gonna understand the kind of experience of it until you go to one and you start getting a grasp on like, it's so much different to explain to someone why a school sucks or why there are like minor things wrong with a school. It's nearly impossible to convey to you what it feels like to go to a school that doesn't fit you versus what it feels like to go to a school that does. 'Cause like I went to a school that I felt like fit me, but at the same time, like I left there without making any friends except for a couple that were kind of just people I knew by proxy. I left school with the understanding that quite a few people at that school actually didn't like me very much. I left that school early. I didn't finish my degree there. And ultimately, I think it was good for me because I went there at the right time. I met the right people. But I also left without taking any of the benefits of going to school, if that makes any sense. I didn't really gain connections. There's no one at school that I could honestly say that I would like recommend them for jobs and stuff, because I just really didn't get to know that many people very well. And so even, you know, for someone like me that went to 2 different schools, each school had such a different way of being kind of awful and also kind of okay at the same time. So I can't in good faith help you with that decision. All I can say ultimately is, like, if you have the ability to do so, transferring to another school if you feel like the one you're currently at is not fitting you, if you have the ability to do that, take advantage of it. Ultimately, I went to a school that did not fit me. I felt very strongly about leaving. And I left after a year to go to a school that I felt like fit me a lot better. So if you have the ability to do that, I'd recommend taking advantage of it. Otherwise, I would recommend talking to other students who are at that school, reading about people's experiences going there, and seeing if a lot of the issues that they have are things that are really like a big deal breaker for you, and also seeing what teachers they have at the school. If they have like a rate my professor type of thing, you can just see if the teachers in your major seem to have like a very specific kind of review, I guess, type. Obviously I think some students just straight up lie for those things, because I had a lot of issues at school with a bunch of kids who just didn't know how to respect their teachers. You know, you can look at like videos people have made, and if there are any articles about a school, obviously, like, there are some places that you should probably not go to, period. But in general, most art schools are about the same in the fact that they all have different reasons why they kind of suck. But it's just how much are you willing to put up with, and how much are you willing to kind of forgive. Because I could forgive a lot of the things that weren't great about my school, because ultimately it didn't really affect how I learned. And once I felt like I had everything, I got everything I wanted out of school, I could leave, because I didn't feel strongly about getting a degree by that point. Or as strongly, I guess. I did want one, but it was starting to get a little bit not worth. So I guess that would be my recommendation. I don't know. It's hard. School's hard to figure out. I made the wrong choice originally as well. And that wasn't even my first choice. I wanted to go to Art Center too. I don't think it matters unless as long as it's accredited. Any good films you've watched recently? You know, funnily enough, Peach, are you gonna leave? She's like, don't touch me. Funnily enough, me and my partner Gary, we recently watched the Pokemon Journeys show and got strangely attached to it. I don't know if we're gonna ever finish it, but we had a really good time when we saw it last weekend. I think my experiences at LCAD helped me mature just the little bit I needed to start making decisions for myself. I think when I went to LCAD, I was still kind of hoping for guidance and for all that other stuff, and I did get it. The first semester I was there, I felt like I had a really good teacher who really helped me out, and then like 3 semesters in, I got another teacher that I felt like really changed my perspective on stuff, and that's kind of the really beneficial part about art schools, is that sometimes they'll just have a teacher that changes your life. And I definitely thought that I had some teachers that were really good, and they really helped me kind of change how I was thinking about art at the time. And the change was that the change became the reason why I no longer needed to go to art school, or no longer felt like I wanted to, because I started being able to answer questions by myself and operate autonomously. And that's what I needed at the time. Not that, it's like, sure, it was nice to take the classes I took, but ultimately what I needed was just kind of a vote of confidence. I grew up a lot at school, and I felt like I was able to kind of grow into myself a little bit more. And I was definitely not the same person leaving school as I did when I walked in, and I was definitely not the same person then as I am now. But I think school taught me something really important, and that was kind of what started my journey towards being just, I don't know, a little bit more I guess, like, mature in a way. I think I just have a little bit more confidence, and it was in part due to some of the really cool people that I met there, and some of the really cool teachers that I had. Confidence enough for me to start solving things on my own, which is what I really valued. I didn't really care that they taught me skills, although I did learn quite a few things that I think still help me today. Like, I took a 3D class that I think really helps me communicate with people that I work with, because I'm not totally just like absolutely clueless to what they do for their job. I can kind of talk with them and understand at a baseline what they're talking about, even if I don't really do 3D art or anything like that. I work with 3D modelers, so I have to kind of be able to talk with them. And I got to take a bunch of other classes that are really cool. ZBrush and what else? Like robots, vehicles, and spaceships was a fun one, because I don't really do hard surface stuff. And school is just a cool place, I guess. It's a little bit of a little cushy, like, place where you can kind of pretend that nothing else really matters and you can just focus on school. I don't know. But ultimately, at a certain point, I felt like I had kind of, I don't know, I got what I wanted, I got what I needed, I got what I thought would be ultimately how much I was ever gonna get out of school, and so I left. Also because there were financial reasons, but it just ended up being a good time to leave. Hoilo, thank you for the Twitch Prime sub. Yeah, a lot of, I don't know. I feel like I just really disagreed with how a lot of the people I knew in school kind of like treated class. Because I tried to be open-minded to whatever I was taking, and I mean, obviously that didn't stop me from being like, this class's homework is really boring, but at the very least I tried to kind of be receptive to stuff, and I ended up liking those classes a lot more when it was something I wasn't totally familiar with. I actually really enjoyed my 3D modeling classes, because I don't know, it was a different way to do art. When I draw, everything I do has to be really calculated, and that's just kind of the way that I draw things. But with yes, Peach, yeah, with 3D, I could have moments where I'm just like doing something pretty, like a task that was just pretty, I don't know how to describe it, like straightforward. So like when I was doing cleanup for like vertice cleanups and UVing and stuff like that, I could pretty much just have a chill moment where I'm no braining it. I'm just doing whatever I need to do, and it was a really cool way to kind of just approach art. I liked it. I liked my ZBrush class. It was cool to learn 3D sculpting. And those classes ended up being something I really enjoyed versus a lot of the other classes that I took where it was like kind of just busy work for busy work's sake. But, you know. Bon Donuts, thank you for the raid. Colleges are ultimately businesses, especially the ones that are accredited. And it, you know, I don't think that necessarily means that every college is ill at heart. Generally, a lot of the teachers still try their best. But yeah, schools are not necessarily places that have your best interest in mind from the get-go. And it's important for students to recognize that when they go to accredited colleges. That's why I try to make in my class an emphasis on if you're going to school, you have to be cognizant about what it is you're trying to get out of it. Because otherwise, it's really easy to just kind of feel like you're protected or safe in this bubble where all you have to care about is just like going to class, doing your homework, going to sleep, doing whatever. And then, you know, 4 years will pass by and you'll have no recollection that it did. And you'll start to panic your final year or so. It's something that a lot of students find themselves into because schools don't necessarily try to impress upon you that sense of, or that individual sense of taking the onus upon yourself to take control of your education. They don't need you to do it, so they're not going to tell you to do it. And so you kind of just have to take advantage of what your school has to offer on your own and make the most of it while you're there. Fortunately, having that hindsight, or rather, it's often hindsight that teaches you that, not necessarily foresight. You go into school often as just like a high school student, feeling like school should be the one teaching you how to do all these things, but very rarely do they do that. How important do you consider that is drawing skills for 3D artists? I don't think it's important. I think it's a good skill to have. That being said, a lot of 3D artists I know do have drawing skills, and I think it's just a natural thing to kind of pick up at some point. I don't think it's relatively necessary, but if you're ever interested in it, I don't think it's a bad one to have on in your belt, especially because it can help in the weirdest of times. Like having to do quick sketches to show your idea as opposed to taking the time to 3D model something really quick. There's a totally different metric of time when it comes to that sort of thing. 2D art, by definition, will always kind of be faster than 3D. 3D is just a far more complete way to see something. So having 2D skills can sometimes help quickly explain a concept that someone's not getting, and you're like, you can do a really crappy diagram of something, and they're like, oh, okay, I get it. That happened at work, actually. Just to get everyone on board. You might run into a situation where that is required, but that doesn't require you to be, like, amazing at art if you don't want to be. If you want to point something out, sure. They're fur? Oh, okay. I can make them fur. No worries. No fault for misinterpreting. Let's see. Thank you for taking it. I really appreciate every time someone lets me know that they enjoyed the class. It means a lot. Favorite video game? I guess I enjoy... What's my favorite? Honestly, if I'm gonna be honest, I strangely enjoyed Link's Awakening, the remake that they did. It was just so good I couldn't put it down. I would have said a different game like Journey, which I also, you know, played and really enjoyed, or Nier Automata, but like for some reason that game just like did something to me. It was the first game I feel like I started playing it and I couldn't stop playing it, and I just played it until I finished it. I have played Persona 5. I played the original Persona 5 and I am currently playing Royal. But even those games, like, I can put them down and not pick them up for like months. I do that with all games. Like, I do that with, like, Nier Automata, love that game, still haven't finished it. The Yakuza games, started some, still haven't finished it. Horizon Zero Dawn, don't know when I'm gonna finish that one. Like, I have all these games that I've started, and I can just put them down and not pick them up again. But Link's Awakening, I don't know, it did something to me. I have not played Persona 4, so I cannot say. I am like a lot of other people where their first introduction to Persona was through Persona 5, and I don't know if I can play the other games because there's a lot of quality of life stuff that I wonder if it would be even possible for me to enjoy the other games, unfortunately. So as much as well as I know that they're good games, I do wonder if I'll actually have the patience to play through them. Hey, daddos. I would like to play the other Persona games. I've heard a lot of good things about them. I like how you say you could play on easy if you want. There is absolutely no chance I'm not playing on easy. I am, oh god. You know what I am? I am like low skill floor, low skill ceiling is how I play, right? If I'm playing Fire Emblem, I'm playing on casual, the most casual mode. If there is an easier version after, like, ahead of easy, like if there's like a story mode version where it's like you can just enjoy the story, I'm going for that one. Like, I don't know, I guess I don't play games to be challenged, if that makes any sense. I'm challenged enough doing my job, like drawing and stuff. I'm not trying to like play games where my actions have consequences. And I have like frustration trying to like do something and I can't. This is why, like, there's certain games where I'm like, I'm sure it's fun, I'm sure it's cool, but my god, not for me. You know, Gary, my partner, Gary is a huge From Software fan. Like, absolutely loves all of their games, big fanboy, has requested for me to play Dark Souls and or Bloodborne many a time, and you know what? I'm not gonna do it. I'm not. Because in what world does that boy think I would be able to flourish playing a game where there is no difficulty setting? Where everyone who has ever played the game plays at the same difficulty. I am not going to play Detroit Become Human, because you know what that game is? A game with choices. And you know what I don't like? Choices that have consequences. Okay? I will watch the shit out of those games. I love watching other people make choices in games. It's fine. Outside of the problematic stuff about Detroit Become Human, but just like from a gameplay standpoint, like this is why I will never play any of those, like whatever that one Butterfly Effect horror game was. I'll never play any of the I don't know. I won't do. This is why I can't even play visual novels. I don't want the ending in which I do not win. Okay? Like, even with like Persona 5, I refuse to play that game without guides, okay? Like, Gary is the one who originally got me into Persona 5. And he's like, yeah, I just love, like, getting the questions wrong. I love, like, you know, I have to play the game again because I didn't get this one, what is it? One link, whatever it's called. Social link. I don't play like that, okay? If I'm gonna play this game, I'm getting all the social links. I'm gonna be the smartest person in this room. I refuse to be subpar. Because I can make that choice, you know? And he makes fun of me for using guides, but who cares? Hey Franny! How are you? Like, when I was playing the original Persona 5, I made sure that the Joker that I played, he was well taken care of. He was the smartest person in the school. He's had the most guts. Okay, he's very charming. He turns heads immediately. I made sure that boy had bank. He had money. So much money. Okay, I did my part-time jobs. Okay, I went to my part-time jobs. I did them. Okay, I raised all of my stats to 100%. I made sure he had the best persona. I made sure that he, you know, was prepared for whatever he got thrown at him. I took care of him, essentially, is what I'm saying. I am drawing people's OCs from the charity list. That's what I was gonna say. Did I grind for hours? I didn't grind very much. So I guess the one thing I didn't really do was make sure that his persona was like super min-maxed. I just had a high level persona, that was all. negotiations, yes, and it sucked because there were not really a lot of guides that were like accurate, so I did fail some of those. I didn't do a ton of them because I kind of didn't need to. I just sort of, I was like, okay, here's another thing you need to know about me, right? Here's another thing. I don't like to be smart in games. My player fantasy is just to smash, and kill things. I don't like strategy. I don't like, thinking too hard about the future. If I could just hit and hit hard, that's kind of as far as I think about stuff. So, yeah, so I was just like, what is the highest attack that I could possibly do? What is the crunchiest thing I could possibly play? And I played it. This is why when I play Final Fantasy XIV, I play Dragoon. It's because Dragoon does not have many things to think about. Dragoons just have to stay alive and hit. They merely spank. Right? And that's perfect because I'm not gonna think for anyone. I will just do my God-given duty, which is to not think. Samurai, I feel like, has some, like, unknown complications. Like, I could just play Samurai. Obviously, it does hit very hard. But in my head, I feel like there's something unknown about Samurai that I haven't fully grasped. And so I'm kind of scared to play the class. I've been playing Dragoon for, like, 3 years now. On and off. And it's just been my, like, comfort class. Because I feel like I just get it. Oh, you'll catch me dead before I play a tank or a healer, okay? Those people have got things to do, jobs to do. I relinquish that responsibility by doing the mechanics, killing the ads, and trying not to die. That's the price. That's my promise. Ross Draws! Thank you for the tier 1 sub! How are you doing? Oh, dude, I tried Black Mage. It was very, very not. I was like, oh, wow, caster's not my thing. It really isn't. Thank you, Ross. Hey, so I will have you know, I got my best achievement thus far playing Final Fantasy XIV. I got a 3-player commendation. I was very proud about that, to the point where I DM'd Tojo immediately. I was like, guess what I just got? My first 3-player commendation. I was very excited. I was like, someone liked, 3 people liked me. This is pretty exciting. So, you know, I do my job and that's it. And I will lie down in respect of everyone else who plays much more complicated, much more intensive classes. As they should. Tanks and healers should be revered, because they do a lot of work. Yeah, honestly, I am a very solo player in Final Fantasy XIV. I don't want to like talk to anyone. I don't want to be a burden on anyone. So whenever I'm in a dungeon, I try to like read up on mechanics beforehand. I try to do everything I can to like not bother the healer or the tank. It's true. I will say though, it is kind of fun to play with people. Usually once I'm in... Oh, is it to teach you stuff? That's cool. Yeah, once I'm in a dungeon, I'm normally, like, happy that there's, like, humans around, but it gives me so much stress when I first get in. As of, like, literally 2 minutes before stream started today, I finished the kind of, like, end of the primary content of Stormblood. So now I'm in between Stormblood and Shadowbringers. Not particularly. Like, there are some that are really fun. Some that I wish I was better at. Like, we just did Royal Menagerie, and I would like to get better at that, because that one seems pretty fun. It's got, like, things that I enjoy, which is an equal spread of, like, hit, the thing, and also, have mechanics to do. But it was a lot of mechanics, and I felt bad, because the healer had to res me a lot. Because I kept getting knocked off. But, yeah. Peach? What's wrong? I don't really have a favorite Final Fantasy XIV character, if I'll be honest. I don't know. I guess I haven't really thought about it too much. I guess my character is my favorite Final Fantasy XIV character, if I'm gonna be honest. I haven't gotten to Grahatia. I will always love my OCs more than anything else. Do I have a favorite animated character? Probably? I mean, I've met him, but I got spoiled, so I know exactly what he is. And I haven't met him in that form yet. That's what I'm saying. Animated character? Let me think. I mean, okay, so are, like, what... Are we talking about, like, just, like, pure, like, every time I see him, I, like, cry a little bit because I love him so much? Or are we talking about just, like, like, cool or design or whatever? Because, like, it's a split. It's a split. Because it's either, like, Gon and Killua together as a pair from Hunter x Hunter brings me to tears how much I love the two of them. If you asked me in middle school, Alan from D. Greyman would have been it, probably. If you asked me in elementary school, like, Unit 02, or is it 01? I always forget which ones they're called. 01. Unit Eva 01 was my favorite character. And then, Nowadays? The purple one. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of the only one that I like, really, because the other ones are cool and all, but they don't look as good and iconic as Unito one. Also, Yo from Shaman King, just I love him. But I also haven't been into Shaman King for very long, or in a really long time, so it's been a hot minute since I've really thought about him. But nothing changes. I love him a lot. I don't think I know Zenki. I don't think I know what you're talking about. I feel like all shows from that era were a little weird. Like, there's a whole sect of adults that grew up on Ren and Stimpy, and I'm like, that explains a lot. Bye, Potato! There is no underdrawing. This is the drawing. For stuff that I'm confident in drawing, yeah. I will typically not do an underdrawing. Hey, welcome! Glad you could make it. I don't know. I feel like there's just like a whole era of children's animation that was just kind of like messed up. Like, Chowder, I remember being pretty messed up. Like, to the point where there were some times where like I'd see an episode of it whenever my TV decided to like dispense it. That I feel like that show was not always appropriate, but I think I also just don't jive with like Western animation. I don't know, like, it was not as egregious as other stuff, but like, also South Park. I know South Park is not technically meant for kids, but at the same time, a lot of kids watch those shows. Hey, for a certain extent, I liked Chowder. But you gotta admit, it's an interesting show to show to kids, some of the episodes. But that's not really much of a comment. 'Cause like, I watched Animatrix and Neon Genesis Evangelion when I was really young. My sister's a Rick and Morty fan, and like, I love her. But it's like a, I don't know. Sometimes whenever she talks about it, just like casually, I cringe a little bit. I'm like, oh, I forgot about that. And I'm sure it's a fine show for like the people who like it, but I have attempted to watch like even a segment of it, and it is like so not my thing. Same with like stuff like Futurama. Oh my god, it was just like so not my thing. And she likes them a lot. Or not Futurama. I don't think she likes Futurama. She loved Rick and Morty, and I was just kind of like, good for you. I'm glad you like a piece of content. But it just, oh, wow. It's okay. It's just, I could, like, as soon as I saw it, I could kind of tell it was definitely not going to be my thing, so I've avoided looking at stuff about it for so long. But whenever it happens, it, you know, just, I can't escape it. Like, what was I watching the other day? I was watching, like, a cat channel, and they put Pickle Rick on one of, like, their things, and I was like, oh god. Or no, it was, like, an aquarium channel. I was watching a guy make an aquarium, and he put, like, Pickle Rick on one of the bubbles. And I was like, no. No! It's okay, people can like what they like, I guess. I mean, it's died down so much now that I can kind of, I'm okay with it now, but before, just like, you couldn't escape people that liked the show. They're like Game of Thrones fans. They were everywhere. Hiding amongst normal people. Oh no, sorry. Yeah, Game of Thrones, Breaking Bad, like they're everywhere. Too much. Yeah, Attack on Titan also got to that level with me. Although I think I'm just kind of one of those people that, like, the more people get into something, the less I personally get to enjoy it. So I just kind of take a step back until, like, it's kind of died down. No, I don't really want to go past 10. So I'm just probably gonna finish this and then call it a day. And then hopefully next week maybe I'll have more time to stream. Catch up a little bit. I just get so, like, people ask questions and I want to answer them well, and I get distracted because I can't multitask. Aye. But that's like the whole point of the streams. So that people can ask me questions. Oh, yeah. this is a... Yeah. One of these days I'll do like a no talking stream and it can just get a bunch of them done, because I would like to just finish. First spoke to you when you were much younger and you sound so grown up and coming to you on. It's awesome. Aw. Well, I'm glad I have shown improvement. I've grown up a little bit. I'm glad to hear that. And I'm really grateful that you've stuck around. Any advice to someone who wants to set up commissions? Like, how do you do it? So I started doing commissions in a very informal manner, like a lot of younger people nowadays. Like, they get into commissions just doing stuff on like Twitter or Instagram or something like that. I guess first off, you know, with commissions, they're something you start to commodify when you get into doing commissions is appeal. Your art now has to qualify an audience's kind of like desire to purchase, and it's always hard to really be able to account for yourself whether or not that's like the case. So I always recommend, like, if you're just starting out doing commissions, to kind of figure out what is it's like a style that's not too complicated for you to do, doesn't take too much time, and is still clean and viable enough to be worth paying for, and start off with like small stuff. I always recommend people start out by pricing things at the very least a couple dollars above minimum wage. Minimum wage in California is about, I think, like $7 to $9, something like that. And I always price myself bottom line at like $20 an hour. Was how much I always priced myself at, and I've never gone below that for anything. On the rare occasion I will, but those were stupid. Don't do it. So you should always be pricing yourself at least minimum wage, and you should kind of basically extrapolate or estimate how long something should take you, how long does that factor in the amount of hours, and kind of just play around with styles that are not too demanding. You can do it relatively quickly, but still looks marketable enough for people to buy. Because ideally you don't really want to stress yourself out and also be undercharging yourself for the thing that you're putting up for sale, essentially. And so once you kind of have an idea for that, the only thing you can really do is kind of just put it out there and see who bites. If no one bites, that's pretty typical. It took me at least 4 or 5 years for anyone to start being interested in commissions for me after I started doing commissions, quote unquote. So if no one bites, then you can kind of just take that time that no one's really commissioning you to just improve and focus a little bit more on creating like a very specific sense of appeal in your work. You can, you know, if there's a specific style you want to learn that you think would, 1, benefit your goals as an artist, but also 2, be a way for you to improve what you currently have, then, you know, take that time to do it. And then, is minimum wage $14? I actually didn't know that. I'm still thinking from like 2010 or something like that, but yeah, as you start getting commissions from people, every time you get like a successful batch of people who like pay for a certain thing at a certain price, then you can think about incrementally raising those prices by like $5 to $10 or even more than that, and just keep raising those prices every time you kind of open up commissions again, or you do a bunch of like commissions for a group of people. and raise it until you're essentially working at least $30 an hour. I'm not necessarily saying that you should be charging an hourly rate. I'm saying that you should be extrapolating flat prices for based on an hourly rate. Ideally, you want to be working at around $50 to $75 an hour. That's kind of what a professional illustrator typically works at in like higher end spaces. And obviously that it starts getting out of the price range of a lot of people. In art communities, $100 is a lot of money for a lot of people. But once you get into a professional space, that's not the case. And the goal of that kind of, the goal of what I'm saying currently is not necessarily what you should do if you're going into a professional space right now. It's what you should do if you're not in a professional space. If you are kind of just trying to dip your toes into doing work for money, especially art, people are not going to be willing to bite unless you have some kind of history in doing commissions and you have a style that people are worth paying, that people are, paying for. You have kind of a backlog of that kind of stuff. A lot more people are more willing to bite, and eventually that career can progress to a point where professional recruiters are looking to buy from you. I go into this a little bit more I try to go into it a lot more in my class, but essentially once you hit a point where people are starting to ask you for commercial projects, you should immediately start charging way higher, especially if it's for a company, especially if they're a recruiter or representative for a established organization. You have different prices for people from those areas. But if you're just getting started, I recommend just kind of starting small, starting achievable. And this is obviously not applicable if you're trying to make a livable wage, because it takes a really long time to build this stuff. Like, I was doing commissions for almost like 10 years before I was able to start getting stuff that could have been, at a price that was livable. And that's because I was able to do that, able to take my time. And it's a lot harder when the stakes are different. But yeah, that's kind of my sort of beginner, recommendation if you are just starting out, and don't have any professional obligations. It's good to have a presence out there so that people know that you are available for commissions and that you have something that they might want to buy. Steven Zapata? Aw, I miss Steven. Steven was such a sweetheart when I met him. Tell him that I think he's amazing and the kindest person I've ever met, and I hope he's doing well. Do you think it's a bad idea to do flat rates for illustrations? No, I think there's a time and place for flat rates. For illustrations, especially when it's like a deliverable, it is a toss-up. I'd say for smaller companies and for like groups of people like indie or whatever, and especially for personal commissions, a lot more efficient to just have a flat rate that you both agree on. Things like contracts and freelance stuff, you can always, I always tend to go with more like hourly rates if I feel like that company has the money to pay it. I'd say that it's good to have all of these prices kind of figured out ahead of time, so that, you can kind of plan to either suss out what they're willing to pay, because sometimes they'll just come out right out and say it, and you can base that off of, you can like look at that price and judge it based off of, your own prices, or they'll kind of be pretty sneaky about it and they'll be like, oh, what do you want, or what are your prices and stuff, and so then you have it ready to give to them. I recommended a book to people. I forgot what it was called. Hold on. Let me look for it. Book. So this is a book that my roommate showed me, and it's actually pretty good. It's called, it takes a lot of time for me to open up a Windows on my page. Here. So, oops, no wait, not that one. This one. So this book, I think, is a lot of really good information if you're able to purchase one. It's called Freelance and Business and Stuff. It's written by these two female authors, and they basically own like a graphic design business, but they do a bunch of other stuff. It has a lot of really good information on how to price yourself, how to do it responsibly, and how to price yourself for a livable wage, on top of how to manage clients, how to find clients. It's not skewed to game art or illustration. It's primarily graphic design, and like a little bit of illustration. So you might find it helpful. It's not necessarily framed in the right way for people that were watching me necessarily, but it's got a lot of really cool, like, actual grounded technical information about that kind of stuff. Also how to run your own business. I think they have a little bit about taxes, but yeah. I recommend this book if you are looking to get like a definitive guide on stuff, and obviously, you know, I'd recommend getting your information from a bunch of different artists. There's plenty of professionals that write about their experiences and their like personal approaches to commissions and to professional careers. Whether or not they flat price, do it hourly, do it daily. I've heard a lot of people say daily prices are actually a lot better than hourly. All a bunch of things that other people have experience in that I personally don't have the experience in. So I recommend this book if you're looking for one like it. You can DM me if you want. Thoughts on Fiverr? Not a great place. Art should never cost $5. Actually, I don't know how Fiverr works. I just assume everything costs $5 on there. Unless it's like things that take a really small amount of time and it's really cheap to make, I really don't think Fiverr is great. But I don't know. Maybe it's changed. The people you draw kind of look like yourself. Wow, that'd be cool if I could look like the people I draw. I don't think I do, though. Any portfolio advice for character artists looking for their first industry position? Make your portfolio focused only on the position that you want. I feel like a lot of people, unless the position literally calls to be a generalist, very rarely does having a generalist portfolio help you in other positions. If it's like a specific, like, we want a character designer, you should be making a character design portfolio. And that can look a lot of different ways, but ultimately, like, I would recommend having some project-based character design. So like you pick a prompt, you do a couple different character designs with it, and that includes like iteration, sketches, final image render, a little bit of world building maybe, but not a ton because it's a character design project. And then having a couple one-off characters that you do, showing that you know how to make like diagrams of how their clothes layer, maybe props that they have, but generally just try to keep the contents of the portfolio focused on the job that you're applying for. Concept portfolios are very much, should be at least, about the actual job of concept as opposed to just showing that you know how to draw characters. So the more that you can kind of show off your process and the more that you can show off how you think about design, your specific design preferences, through the drawings that you make, the better. And obviously nice presentation also is very good. Did you? Oh, I'm sorry. You can ping me again, but if not, you can also DM Tojo as well. Well, that's good. I mean, I'm glad that Fiverr has changed in what people can charge on there. From my experience, I've only ever seen Fiverr as a way for people to not pay artists the full amount, but if artists can actually charge like a good amount for everything, then that works. Oh. To me, it's just never... Oh, God. Uh-oh. I've been having an issue with my tablet, and I think it's because it's old. But it will just disconnect, and then I can't get it to reconnect. Hiya. Whoa. If I can't fix this, then we might not be able to finish the stream. Yeah, I personally never used Fiverr, but if it works for people, it works for people. I feel like they just kind of made a poor impression on me when they first came out, but that's like been, what, like 10 years at this point? Oh, I did it. Have I done any traditional painting? Not particularly, no. Oh, wait, serious guys, were you the one that asked me to change your commission info? Because I think I did, but I might not have confirmed it with you. But yeah, definitely have Tojo check again to make sure that the links are right. This is just the Lo-Fi Girls playlist. Lo-Fi hip-hop music on Spotify. To a certain extent, yes. What is there a type of music that you feel is really hard to draw to? Just music that's not really my taste, I guess. It was fine. I mean, since the original artist was also involved, it was kind of like I was the sort of secondary artist, so if the main artist did edits, I would cut it up and do all that. Originally I was meant to make her a totally different one, but she ended up liking that one design from that artist, and so bought the design, and I ended up helping with cutting it up and making it rig ready and adapting any edits that the original artist made. So once you get a hang of deconstructing complicated shapes into simplified forms, and you know how to put those simplified forms in perspective, it's not nearly as complicated that way. And then after that, it's just kind of a lot of training your eye to understand when something doesn't look right and it's in the wrong perspective, and being cognizant of making those changes. I'm glad it could. Yeah, I have tried it, and it's pretty good. But not enough for me to not use Photoshop, I guess. I don't think he's asked me. I've been pretty low-key on social media though, so I kind of don't know if I'd participate in anything. How do you know if you're a delusional artist under the Dunning-Kruger effect? I just kind of assume that there's always more to learn. I don't know. Like, with that whole, sort of, I guess, way of thinking, it's mainly just to help people that are going through feeling particularly, in the pits about their work. Like, once you've kind of experienced it a couple times, you sort of learn to just sort of accept that that's the case. I guess I just don't ever hold anything I do too preciously. If something's cool, I'm like, oh, that's cool. If it's not, then I try to sort of let it wash over me and just keep moving. I just always assume that at some point my eyes are gonna be so much more developed than my hand, and then sometimes I'll have a much like better sense of skill execution wise than I do when I'm just kind of, you know, observing art. So I don't know. I don't really see it as delusional. I think it's just phases. Phases of perceiving your art, of the waves of how you kind of look at it, and I try not to beat myself up too much or celebrate myself too much in either way. I'm just like, I am happy when things turn out well, and I try to get through it if it doesn't. Do I like watching offline TV? I don't watch a ton of offline TV content. I've come across some of their stuff once in a while. I have worked with Lily every so often because she is a singer for a group that I do art for. But other than that, it was kind of lucky that I got to work with offline TV. They were very nice and offered me an opportunity to work with them, so I was very grateful. Yes, Interlunium. Aren't there more artists facing low self-esteem out of fear of falling under the Dunning-Kruger group? I don't know. I think people will always find ways to qualify why they feel the way they do. And I know it helps some people to, like, put a name to that stuff, but I try to just, like, see everything as a sort of, I don't know, I guess. Matter of fact, if I'm feeling bad about my art, then that sucks. I'll work through it. If I'm feeling good about my art, that's cool. I'll have to work through it regardless. And I try to do that with everything. It doesn't really matter what effect or where I'm at. It's just, oh, is this the state of affairs? Okay. Yes, I did. Because if there's anything I am absolutely terrible at, it's drawing perfectly straight lines. I mean, that's the thing though, right? Like, if you're blind to those mistakes, you're not gonna really be able to tell. So it's... And I feel like people are really focused on, like, being able to solve them as soon as they have them, but if you can't really see it, you have to wait until you do, and that's when you can really tackle it efficiently. Because obviously you can have someone else look at your stuff, they can give you advice, you could critique your work, you could get a teacher to look at it, you could, you know, ask for critique for anyone. That's usually what critiques are for, is to kind of help you see your mistakes that you don't yourself see. But honestly, like, one, you get a better sense for it, and you get a better sense for yourself as you have more experience kind of critiquing your own work and growing on your own. And that's not stuff that you can really learn outside of just trial and error and kind of you know, hearing from other people, like, hey, you know, what am I missing, and then taking note of what they say, and then comparing that with what you thought you were struggling with, and taking a second look and being like, oh, okay, now I kind of see that. Like, how do I next notice something like that in the future? Well, maybe I should compare it more often to art that I do. Maybe I should do more studies often and try to do more examples where I can compare and contrast art that I think has a really good example of certain skill sets in my art. I feel like people are a little bit too strict on themselves about, like, oh, how do I anticipate, or how do I solve these things as soon as they happen? You really can't. And if you could, good on you. I've never been able to do it, and I'm fine. Like, if it takes you a little bit to see it, to see the answer for yourself, that's fine. But yeah, you can always just ask people for help if you really want to know the answer right now. I've found that that's usually why critiques are helpful, is because a second opinion often yields answers that you yourself might not have ever come up with. I will hydrate. Peach! Can I get a honk? I mean, you could join forums. Sometimes artists will just give out critiques. You can email them. You could, if an artist is ever doing like a critique event, you could submit to it. Some places like Proco sometimes does events every month where a new artist will like be critiquing a bunch of entries for a challenge. There's a lot of discords focused around providing artists with like critique mentor opportunities. You can even just like post it on social media and be like, hey, does anyone have critiques or something? Generally, I don't recommend getting critiques from random people. I would recommend actually just going to someone and asking for it, or going to a group of friends and asking for it. But to each their own. I gotta say, man, I do really like living life separated from, like, people. I don't think I would have said that when I was younger, but I'm suddenly a lot more interested in living my life, like, with, like, in the present. Not necessarily by time, but just, like, physically. The people that I'm with, and the headspace I'm in when I'm alone in my room just working. I've like missed that a lot. I felt like I kind of gave that up because I felt like I had to share everything, or not even just share everything, but just I had to share. It was a time when I was like streaming anytime I could. I was pretty much always talking to people. I was always in those discords. I was always, you know, commenting, chatting, messaging people, and that was great when I was a teenager, but now I don't know. Like, the things that I have to think about when I'm making my own art and I'm kind of working on stuff that I'm struggling with, like, I have to do that on my own. I can't do that when there are people, you know, watching, and can't do it when I have other things to worry about. It's just not, I'm not honest. I've always kind of felt like I was being a little dishonest whenever I would, you know, post on social media and be like, well, let's, you know, do this kind of social event, or sharing with communities and stuff. Like, I don't know. I think I just grew out of it a little bit, and now those things are cool, and I think certain people benefit from them, but I've just really outgrown the or at least I'd like to think I've outgrown needing other people to keep me interested in art, if that makes any sense. I do feel guilty, because I think this is about the only thing I've done with my life that I really put a lot of effort into, and to a degree it feels like, wow, I could have monetized this more. I could have done so much more with it if I just had a lot more work ethic, maybe. I could be so much more than this if I wanted to. But then I think about, like, what does more mean in this context? More followers? More business opportunities? More sponsors? Do I build an empire off of content creation? Like, is that actually what I want to do? Not really. I kind of just like what I do by myself. And I know a lot of people that I used to talk to, they kind of got really deep into that. And it's cool. You know, it's good for them, right? Like, they enjoy kind of staying on top of all of those things, and they really thrive with it, and that's cool. But I think at a certain point I just kind of started to slow down and realize, like, I wasn't happy with all of the effort I was putting into all this stuff, and it was ultimately kind of just pulling teeth to feel like it was something I wanted to do. But I kept trying to, I guess, convince myself that I needed this, because, like, if I didn't have this, what else was I gonna do? You know, this is the one thing I've worked so hard to create, and honestly, in a lot of ways, it's given me pretty much all of the opportunities I've ever gotten. And so, yeah, I definitely feel guilty a lot of days, because it does feel like wasted potential, but ultimately I think every year is just going to be me becoming a little bit more okay with that than I was in the past. I think I'm just going to have to live with it, because ultimately I know the answer is I have things that I want to, I guess, just things that I want to do, that to include so many other people in that same equation, there's no way that you can really focus on yourself when you're trying so hard to include other people in the same narrative. And I talk about this in the class as well, because I have a whole section on mental health, but ultimately, yeah, that's kind of what I realized. So regardless of the guilt, I know ultimately I'll be happier for it, you know? I hope, at least. I think I'm on the right path in terms of approaching it, but you never know. But that's kind of how I've been feeling lately, and it doesn't necessarily mean I want to quit social media. And a lot of people have had very interesting reactions to this, particularly like business people who have made content creation their whole thing. Like I remember when I did the Proco interview, it cracks me up to this day. I did the Proco interview, and I mentioned the idea that like I might want to like quit social media at some point. And Proco had like the most like surprised, shocked reaction. That he's like, "What? Why?" And I'm like, "Don't you? Don't you also not want to do this forever?" Like, when you're an adult getting into content creation, maybe you have better boundaries. But I was 12 when I got into, not even 12, I was 11 when I got into doing stuff online. And I was doing art online since I was like 7 or 10. Like, and by like 11 or 12, I was starting a bunch of other stuff like Twitter and Instagram and all that, whatever. Like, before the times when content creation became a viable source of whatever, I was growing up thinking that this was how people interacted with their work, and this was how people interacted with their art. I didn't learn how to have boundaries with this stuff until a lot later, and I'm finally learning it. I'm finally getting to live a private life in a way. Suddenly, you know, I don't share all of my art with people. I share some stuff, but not all the things. I get to keep some things for myself, and that's something I've never got to experience before. But it's bizarre for people that have made social media kind of like their business. 'Cause it's such a cash cow, right? Like, this is making your own income, being self-employed, so much more viable for artists. Why don't you capitalize on it? But I kind of don't see my platform as like a cash cow. It makes me really uncomfortable actually to see it like that, which is why I don't do a ton of like sponsored content. It's just, I don't want to do that to something that I didn't make for that purpose. I don't, and that's kind of why streaming is the only thing I really do anymore. Streaming is nice because I don't have to be something else. I could just talk to you guys, and then whenever I'm not streaming, I can just focus on my own stuff. Every other form of content creation requires so much more like application and effort and hard work that I no longer think is in line with what I'm trying to do for myself in terms of like personal growth. So at the end of the day, I'm trying to find a good distance, I guess, from social media and people, so that I can have an equal amount of being around and enjoying like the art community at large, and how cool it is to be able to freely see everyone else's art whenever I want to online, which is really cool. And then also being able to step back and just focus on my own stuff. Yeah. I think I realize I like it a lot better that way. I don't like having intermediaries. Also, to me, commodifies the platform. It's a way to make it less of a personal thing and more of like a business. And when people use them, that's cool, that's great. But like, I'd just much rather let it die. If that makes any sense. Social media is not so important to me that I want to keep it up if I personally don't want to keep it up. Because I never started it for people to get content out of it. And I think for a time I wanted to be the kind of person who could make content all the time. And I can't do that anymore. And again, I don't blame people that have made social media, content creation, all of that their whole, you know, their life and their career. That's really cool. I think I've been burned enough by it, though. I don't know. Ultimately, this is a choice you will have to make for yourself. What you ultimately choose to do in the face of it, when you choose to do whatever action you choose to take, that's all ultimately up to you. I'm not gonna leave social media anytime soon, but I'm not going to pay attention to it the same way I did when I was, 17? And until I strike a good balance with that, until I figure out how much of it I want to keep in my life, I'll still be modulating that for a while. And then, ultimately, one day, I think I will just leave. And this is like, what? And this was the funnier part, was like, I kept saying like, oh yeah, you know, maybe in like 20 years, 50 years, I won't, you know, want to do social media anymore. And for some reason, he never heard the 20, 40 year part. He was just like, now? You want to lay low now? It's like, no, 20 to 40 years now from now, you know, the kind of like retirement thing, like when I'm older. I always thought that was the funniest part. And then I had another conversation with him where he's like, I know you want to lay low on social media right now. I'm like, I said 20 to 40 years from now. But it's not like I'm not laying low. Like I stopped posting because I was busy. But yeah, that was the funniest part about that whole conversation. He just never he never internalized that part of the message. But my point still stands. Like, eventually, one day, I will tire of all these things, and there won't be any more, I guess, like, benefit to me being online. And when that happens, hopefully there's enough happening in my real life where I will still feel fulfilled and surrounded by good people. I hope that is the case. Craig Mullins is an interesting man. And I mean, I don't necessarily not see what he's doing. Well, actually, I thought Craig Mullins didn't have social media. I thought he had a whole thing where, like, people were pretending to be him online. I don't actually know if he now has accounts. But I thought he only had a Twitter. Or not Twitter, an Instagram. But Craig Mullins is an interesting man. But he makes choices. And again, I feel like the idea of a social media platform has really shifted in the last couple years, and now community interaction is a big thing, right? And I don't really know why that is. Like, I get it. It's a form of audience retention, you know? The streamer interacts with the chat. The streamer has a Discord. Artists, YouTubers have Discords. They have communities and stuff. And again, that's really cool. But there's sometimes when you don't really have a sense of community. It's really just, you know, people come by, they take a look at your stuff, and then they go off and do whatever they want to do. Oh, is it? I haven't kept up. I don't really follow Craig Mullins because I don't really like his art. But I guess I'm not surprised. He doesn't really seem like the kind of guy who really... I mean, there are a lot of them are like that. Like, old guard kind of game art adjacent people. I guess he's more of an illustrator. I don't know. They have a different, like, approach to using social media. I will probably end it after this one, once I make sure that everything is in the right place. Did the thing with Sari Skies get fixed? Okay, cool. I thought I changed it, but... Oh. Did I send a message? I can't remember. I can't remember if I ever sent a message about it. I didn't. I know I didn't, but I thought I did. Yeah. Yeah, my bad. Yeah, it's turning out okay. I need the backdrop in behind. I don't believe so. I think this is just the Commissioner's OC. Unless it is. I don't think it is. Have a good day. Yes, which is why it took a while, but ended up okay, so... The belt is pretty fun. Okay. Okay, cool. I did only want to go to 10, so we will end it here. Does anyone have any like last minute questions that they want to ask me? Because if not, I'll be back next week anyway. But if not, then I want to stream a person. Or raid a person? Raid. Not stream, raid. Yeah, thank you guys for coming. I, again, always hope to stream more often during the week, but if not, I will always be streaming on Friday. But yeah, thank you everyone for coming. I want to raid someone, but I don't know who to raid. Oh yes, I gotta do that. I'm gonna do that right after this stream. Yeah, thank you everyone. I guess I could just raid Cintiq. Is he still drawing? I think he is. Okay. Yeah, thank you guys. So yeah, next week, Friday, probably. And hope you guys can, you know, stay safe, take care of yourself. And I will see you all next week.